everybody wants to be a good leader. Yes. Everybody wants to be a good speaker. So that's why you should be focused. Learn anything somebody says, pick up the sense in that nonsense and make it a better something for you to understand. It's like in assembly and my VP just say, come and lead the devotion. We like 1,000 students in the devotion. I was like tingling, sweating all over, perspiring all over. I was like, whoa, what am I going to say? What am I going to do? That's why I wanted to say, everybody. But it's like, God just come over me and I was like reading devotion peacefully, no comments, everything was so perfect. This child is very, very sweet. If I said anything that is rubbish, they would write me home for 1 week. Suspend me for 1 week. That's why I was like thinking, I said, maybe I'm going to be given and I'll never return. So I was like aspiring, that's how I want to know you all. Please, let's focus and learn how to be a good speaker. If you learn how to be a good speaker, it will be for us today, not only today, but tomorrow also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like what she said, talking about practice. I think practice is important. Something that, but I had this, I also experienced that. So I had this issue before. I think when I was in senior secondary school, this is something I don't tell people often because when I tell them now, they're like, what? Is that something that actually happened? When I was in senior secondary school, I went on a debate. Yes. Well, this was my first debate whatsoever. I've never had like a training. No one taught me. I didn't have the opportunity you guys have now. You're gonna come here and I'm gonna teach you about debating, public speaking. So you're gonna do the judgment cycle when you're done here. I didn't have that experience, and someone just looked at me and they're like, "Oh, I think you'd be a great debater because you come up." So people just assumed that I was able to go there and speak, and that was my first experience. I was there on stage. I started really nicely, introduced myself, and then I gave my point, and then I just froze. And I didn't say anything. I couldn't say anything. I was just like watching people. People were like looking at me like, so go on. I didn't say anything. That was it. Like I dropped the mic, I went back to my seat, and I just sat down. It was very embarrassing. It was like very shy about it. But that didn't stop me to continue debating, right? So that was my first experience, and it was a terrible experience. But what I want to highlight is that practice is perfect. You need to do something. You don't need to know all about it. You don't need to be perfect when you try it. I didn't know so much about anything about debating, but I went there anyway, and the first time it was a disaster. And then I continued doing it, and I started getting good, and I did it in my school, and now I can stand there and talk without even prepared. And I think that's important. Like, as young people, we should learn to practice, we should be able to stand there and like do things for us to get better. Someone wanted to say something.
Good morning, once again.
Good morning.
We all know that it's not an task for someone to stand front of the public. So through the help of public speaking will enable you to be bold in terms of addressing the public. And also, we all know that there is no perfect in humanity. Every human being, however, must put effort so that God will help you in the future. So if I may take this speech, I would like to stop.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Two last one. I want to go after him and then we round up.
Good morning, so.
Good morning.
Lots of people who misunderstand
Yes, please.
it's one that communication is all about who's defining the arts or the lawyers and all. Well, let me tell you, there are doctors also that needs to know how to speak.
Yeah.
Because let's say if you are asked to present a drug to a particular person, and you're not able to kind of explain to that person to understand in depth of what you have to say.
Yeah.
So basically, if you don't have that idea or that skill for you to be able to convince individuals, it makes you are not perfect in your job. And also, public speaking is very much essential because it's ascertained peace and transparency in any conflict. Because let's say, for an example, when His Excellency Julius Bill is now talking about the white paper, so now it's making people in the country and all over the globe to know that His Excellency is fighting against corruption in Syria. Thus, to be able to see that there is peace and transparency in our country. And also, public speaking also help us to also be able to inspire ourselves and inspire others. Like what you were doing, I'm so inspired. And when one was giving the speech just now, I got very much inspired. So there are lots of other essential things why people need to know how to do public speaking and all.
Yes, just to add on what he said, we have all seen how words, I think as people we underestimate the importance of how words can make a change. We have seen how people have used their voice to move mountains. And without public speaking, without learning the skill on how to speak, how to communicate the right words, and how to relate to people, how do we expect to do that? I mean, nowadays, most of the wars and battles we fight is not using guns and all those things. It's the use of our words, the use of our voice. Those are the battles we fight nowadays. You see people protesting, you see people going to court, fighting for great things to push forward and how society thinks. It's the use of our words. So it's important to learn to express yourself, to be able to make people change their views. To speak.
Check how many viewers you get.
Last
You
one.
can't be wasting time here.
Okay, I'm going to say public speaking is really good. Just imagine you are given opportunity to be in the stage because you have confidence, self-confidence, you won't be able to do that. But with public speaking and confidence, you'll be able to do that. And when you have public speaking, you just imagine you're called in a stage to do that. Yeah, it happens to a lot of people because of this fear and anxiety. Because to make, that's why our nation is still behind. We are lacking behind because of this. We are unable to speak. We are unable to say a word to people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, one last person. Just spoke. One last person, eh? And then, yes. I see all of us are very excited. I like the energy. I like people are participating. Keep
One
that.
thing I believe in public speaking is that
Yes.
it inspires us and others.
Yes.
For us to practice public speaking, it's very easy and essential. First thing you stand as for me, everybody stand in front of the class,
Yes.
talk to my colleagues, for them to do things that are necessary for us in educational aspects.
Yes.
So now, if you are here, a class teacher, school prefect, always make it a point of duty, stand in front of your colleagues,
Yes.
talk to them for them to know what they are going to school for. First, the Christians, we know public speaking is part of our DNA. So please, guys from other schools, I'm telling you this now for you to make a point of duty. Maybe if you don't do it at school, do it at home. Just gather your colleagues, talk to them. Hey, brother, supposed to do this. Mind you, you become a good and perfect speaker. So please, I'm trying to motivate you guys for you to just do that to your colleagues. Thank you.
Go on. You want to say something?
Good morning, once more.
Good morning.
I'm trying to mobilize the podium, but I'm trying to put down salient points. So, like I'm trying to say, girls are the ones that should be taking public speaking are more essential to their lifestyle these days because they are all the time fighting for gender equality and they want their voices to be heard. So they're the ones that should engage more this public speaking venture. They should like be having the enthusiasm to learn more. To be more. I'm not seeing the girls raising their hands, challenging boys. There are four boys standing up there every time. Challenge boys. We want to have four girls standing there and saying something. We don't want this thing to be boys. We want to have sweet boys.
I mean, are you guys like hearing what he's saying? Are you just gonna let him tell you that? Are you gonna sit there and let him tell you such words? I mean, yeah, go. Okay. Yes.
Good morning once again.
Good, right.
I just want to say public speaking is a way of life. You can't be a good speaker without practicing. You can't be a good leader without performing or be a good public speaker.
Yes.
Now I know most of us here want to become lawyers, doctors, engineers, and so on. But how? Now, for example, for scientists place part. Most of them are not taking English as a way of life or good in their life. But now tell me, if you have performed your experiment, you have performed you have done your operation from whatever stuff you do, how can you explain that to the world as well? How can you show the world what you've done? You want to tell me that you say it in your local language? Come on. No? So public speaking was a way of life. Now you want to become a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, you need to be well grounded in public speaking. So you can stand, the whole world will see you. Nelson Mandela, a lot of leaders, they were well groomed in public speaking. They can stand in the likes of Barack Obama. They can stand talk without even looking at the book. So this is the quality of the good speaker becoming a public speaker. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that participated. We've all established that public speaking is very important. And the point to note is that it's not only for students or people in the arts department. I think more than 2 people here has mentioned that. Public speaking is a way of life. It's about expressing yourself, and everything so far that you're going to do in life, you need to express yourself. He mentioned about the movement that women and girls are doing now, talking about gender equality, talking about our rights, all those things. And for us to move that agenda forward, we need for our voices to be heard, and that includes us having public speaking skills. So thank you guys for all the points that you contributed. I wouldn't want to take the time any further. I'd like to introduce our next speaker. This is someone that is very renowned. His name is Mr. Ivy Kebe, and he's the law lecturer at IPAM University of Sierra Leone, and also the CEO of the Inspired platform. So I'd like you guys to give him a round of applause as he comes to give you a speech. Thank you so much, Mr. Kebe, for being here. We're very happy to have you, and we're excited to hear what you have to offer to us today.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. Good morning. So can you just smile? Yes. Okay. So first and foremost, I'd like to say a big thank you to the organizers for such an event. It's very much important, more especially when you talk of public speaking, because a lot of us want to be effective speakers, and that most of us are always shy, like myself. Kudos to the Anti-Glossophobia Academy for organizing an event like this, and I hope we all get to learn from this training exercise. I'm here to talk on 5, just a few minutes, maybe less than 10. I'm given 10 minutes, so I don't want to talk for over 10 minutes. So if I want to go back, just tell me because I like talking a lot. Anyway, so public speaking is very much important. And I sat there listening to some of your contributions. Some of us want to be lawyers, some of us want to be accountants, engineers, all the rest of it. And I think it was the last week I always mentioned of someone who wants to become a teacher. I am a teacher, right? I lecture at IPAM, I'm a teacher. Most of you don't want to become teachers, and that you see our profession to be a very odd, right? But public speaking is important. So imagine a teacher who cannot communicate to pupils or students. So instead of you to convince them, you might end up confusing them, right? So public speaking becomes very much important to us. Good, so true. So let me share a brief story before going to the topic that I have. I was a student, and at one time I was called to make a presentation, and I was very shy. I never liked talking to people. In fact, I never liked talking to myself. That's the worst thing. So I was called to talk to a few people, and it was my first time, right? I felt something that I never felt before, and my body temperature was extra hot. And every word that comes out of my mouth, I doubled them. And I felt very uneasy on the stage. I was very uneasy. It was like I was under pressure. The moment I said what I had to say and I left the podium, I felt normal. That was my worst experience in public speaking. And I'm sure some of us have been there because I never shivered, but if I stayed long there, perhaps I would have been dancing. All right? So that was my experience. And when I engaged in a lot of public speaking events, a lot of debates, I get to develop those skills because even the effective speakers that we have today, uh, we're all not born speakers. That I would say. It has to be nurtured. It has to be brought out of you. All right. So some of you that are not public or effective speakers now, I'm sure at the end of this training, some of you will be able to stand and talk eloquently without you misinforming the audience. Hello? Are we together? Okay, so now let us go to one here. I'm here to talk on the significance of public speaking. Why is public speaking important? Because in as much as you are talking to a group of people, then it brings some amount of importance to you. So go through them. One of the importance of public speaking is persuasion, convincing someone. Hello? Imagine you are in a debate with me. Whether I'm on the motion or against it, imagine that. I'll end up convincing the judges, right? Based on how I advance my points. So public speaking is important because we must be able to persuade people, convince them that this is what I want to say and I want you to buy the idea. How many of us have seen marketers? Hello? People who market their product to people. And that one of the things they are good at is persuasion. They go to you, they sell their products, and you end up buying their products. It's just like someone going to toast a woman, the young person, right? All you're doing was persuasion, right? I have a car, I attended the, by the way, I'm an academician. I felt so threatened by the Prince Williams. I'm an academician, okay? So when you go out to, when you want to convince someone, you don't do it by fighting, right? You use a word of mouth, you communicate freely, and you end up convincing the audience. So public speaking is important, but that's nature. How many of us are following the politics that's going on in this land? There's a debate going on, right? Which means people are debating on specific topics in order to be able to convince the ones who are watching that when you go out to vote, you know where to vote. So if you're not a good speaker, imagine you are. I could recall vividly when Obama had his debates. It was unmatched, right? In fact, that was one of the reasons why he won the election, because he was so eloquent and he was very firm on his point, and most importantly, he was able to convince the audience. So public speaking is important because one, you want to convince or persuade an audience. Do we understand that? Another important reason why public speaking is important is to entertain people. If you want to entertain, have you seen those stand-up comedians? Hello? Have you seen those stand-up comedians? They want to entertain us, right? And they're not going to be dressed up, all white socks, all their faces, and walking like the van boys. That's not comedy, right? They're there, they say funny things and people laugh. And we all know how difficult it is for people to laugh, right? So one of the important things about public speaking is to be able to entertain an audience. Imagine if I'm a comedian now, trust me, all of you will laugh. Trust me, if I want to be a comedian now, I'll crack jokes that will make people laugh it off. Okay, so another important reason why public speaking is important because of entertaining or to entertain an audience. And remember, as a public speaker, you're always talking to a group of people. Hello, are we together? You always have a lot of people looking there, looking right into your eyes, ball after ball. Imagine how many of us are here. So much, eh? And if you're looking at me, it takes confidence to be able to stand here, stand still. Because you won't have to look at me now, I forgot faint, eh? Right? Do we understand that? Another important reason why public speaking is important again, which is very sensitive, is to inspire or maybe to motivate people. Have you ever seen a motivational speaker? We've all seen them, right? You stand in front of people who have actually lost everything, who have no hopes, and yet you stand in front of them, you talk to them, and give them hope. And that it is so important to be able to inspire people. And that you don't inspire people by just saying blah blah blah. You must be able to convince them. Hello? Are we together? I saw someone stood up just now and say, I was inspired by someone here. Right? So that tells you about what public speaking. You should be able to inspire or motivate people. A lot of speakers today, the reason why they are admired by a lot of people is their ability to be able to inspire others. Hello? Are we together? And finally, the most important element of public speaking. Who can guess that? Who can guess that? To be bold?
Confidence.
Confidence? What else? The most important one, I've left it out. The most important element of public speaking is to communicate. And I'm sure that's the most important one. If you are not a good communicator, then you are never ever going to get public speaking. Hello? Because communication means you are talking to a group of people and they decode what you said to them. If they are not able to understand what you say, then it becomes difficult for them to be able to relate with you. Hello? And if you want to be an effective leader, you should be able to persuade people. You should be able to entertain them. You should be able to inspire and motivate people. And most importantly, you should be able to communicate to people. Because if you do not know how to communicate, people will think that you don't know what you're saying. True or false? Thank you. Have a day. Thank you.
Thank you so
so much, Mr. Kiwi, for being here. We're very, very happy.
So before we move on to the next thing, I want someone to give me one point, something that was important, that was highlighted in his speech that you thought, wow, this is something that I needed to know. One person, before I go. One person. Anything you take away from his speech? I want a girl. Yes. Yes. Take your time. Take your time.
What I learned from Mr. Anti-Glossophobia said you should learn to inspire people. When you're doing your public speaking, you should inspire people. The way you talk, when you present, the stage movement, and the next thing is to communicate. To communicate is the way you give out your message. Make sure you give out your message in the right direction.
All right. Thank you so much. Yes. I think I also was sitting at the back of, listening to everything, and I've learned a lot about the importance of communication and how we can use words to move people. I mean, he was talking about it's not just public speaking is not just like something you just think, oh, I should just learn this, but it's something that is important, something that's a life skill, and you need it for every sector of your life. So if you want to change people's minds, you need to learn how to communicate your ideas. You need to be able to express yourself. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce our next person that we're gonna have here today. So this person is not a speaker. He's one of the trainers that is here to train you on one of the aspects of public speaking. His name is Suleiman Bani, and he's the PRO of the SLPC FBC, winner of FBC Best Public Speaker 2018. So you know he has experience, and he's going to be teaching you from experience. And he's a final year student at the Department of English FBC. So I'd like you guys to stand up and welcome Suleiman to the podium. Thank you so much for coming. We're very excited to have you, and we're looking forward to what you're going to teach us and learn today.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. So, good day, everybody. I think we have been energized by the various speeches, and at this juncture, I want to take this opportunity to express gratitude to the Anti-Glossophobia Academy for organizing the training in public speaking session. You know, in the 21st century, public speaking has been like a tool, and it has also been an instrument for personal capacity building. People who engage in entrepreneurship, business, education, politics, or what have you, the tools of public speaking should be mastered, because that's actually what is important in the 21st century. I am here in the capacity as the public relations officer of the Sierra Leone Council Public College, but I'm to give you a training on a unique style of debate representing the National Coordinator of the Sierra Leone Council, Mr. Moses Moponte. The Kalpopa debate format is a different or unique style of debate, which requires logical arguments, which requires constructive logical battle between opposing forces. As experience, you've engaged in various aspects of debates. The traditional debate, which is a one-way debate where a speaker will come on stage, presents his or her argument, gets back to his or her seat, and the next speaker will come and present his or her argument. So that's the traditional method of debating. And it has over the years been the vote. It has over the years been used in secondary institutions. But there are two different formats of debate which we want students or pupils to get used to. Because that's actually important. It is important for higher level career opportunities. It is important for juggling a career in politics. It is also important for personal capacity building. The previous speaker was here, Mr. Ibrahim Kebe, and he made an analogy to the US presidential debate. That debate is a different style. And so that is why we want to train our students or pupils to learn the techniques involved in the British parliamentary format and the curriculum debate. So with the limited time I have, I want to take you through the rudiments of the curriculum debate format. The curriculum debate format has its name from a popular Austrian philosopher and lawyer, Sarah. He introduced a system of logical reasoning. When you say logical reasoning, is that you given a topic, you use your mind, look at situations around, look at the context, and we bring out conclusions without any prior knowledge of the topic. So the curriculum debate format, there are two teams. There are two teams. Over the years, I've been seeing secondary school debate competitions using this format. There are two teams. The first team is called the affirmative team, and the second team is called the negative team. In this debate format, each team has at least 3 speakers. There are 3 speakers at least. These 3 speakers are the active speakers. Then there are 2 as substitutes, because along the line of the competition, there may be something which will happen that you need to substitute the debater for another. But each team, the affirmative constructive team, has 3 active speakers. The negative constructive team has 3 active speakers. Instead of the traditional debate where you call the topic motion, or the British parliamentary style, you call the topic proposition. For the curriculum debate format, the topic or the motion which you are going to discuss or argue is called the resolution. So in simple terms, the resolution is the key taking point. The resolution is the dice thrown over which the different teams have to argue. So the resolution could be about a topical national issue. For example, is it right to end the death penalty? Or was it plausible for the government to allow pregnant girls to attend schools? So topics like this are called resolution. So the affirmative team, the first thing is called affirmative team. What's the role of the affirmative constructive team? Their role is to defend the resolution. Their role is to present logical arguments. Their role is to present clash points to uphold the resolution. The first set of speakers, that's the affirmative constructive team, should be able to defend that resolution, should be able to at least present logical and strong arguments in support of the resolution. The next thing, which is the negative constructive team, from the word itself, negative, you know, it connotes opposition. Literally, the negative constructive team was no opposition. They are there to argue the case of the affirmative constructive team. They did not buy the idea of the resolution at all. So that's why we are going to take all strength. We are going to invest so much effort into making sure argue against or disprove the point of affirmative constructive. And the village speakers, the roles of the village speakers in teaching. Told you? So what's the name of the first thing? Affirmative constructive. I'm just saying the affirmative side. The affirmative, what's their role? Support the resolution, right? The opposite team is called negative. Each team has three active. Traditionally, maybe schools around Albert Academy or Vandenberg will say two speakers. We go to the British Parliamentary, we have four speakers. I'll come back and two speakers. The first speaker for the affirmative side is the first affirmative speaker. What is his role? He has no role to refute any argument because there has been a person speaker before him. His role is to make sure that he or she defines the resolution, that he or she supports, presents arguments that supports the motion. And he or she, as the first affirmative speaker, should present the outline of the team's argument. Did you get it there? After the first affirmative speaker, there is a principal proper debate format called cross-examination. Cross-examination is not in the British parliamentary style, neither is it in the traditional debate format. Obviously, you have cross-examination in courtrooms, right? In the legal field. After the first affirmative speaker, the third speaker of the negative side should cross-examine the arguments presented by the first affirmative speaker. Imagine you are the first speaker of the debate. You presenting your argument for the side of the affirmation. So, having done, the fourth speaker of the negative side should face you, okay, and ask you questions. Cross-examination. For 3 minutes. The first speaker has 6 minutes. After that, you should stay. You should remain at the podium for cross-examination by the third speaker of the negative side. Cross-examination includes asking the main speaker questions on clarifications or probably he made statistics in which he did not provide credible sources. So you who are the third speaker would ask him these questions to clarify the issues. And when you're also cross-examining, it helps you a lot. It hands you back, and it also sets the tone for the argument of your own team. After 3 minutes, it goes back to the seat. Then we have the first speaker of the negative constructive team. The opposition team, the first speaker is coming in first. When he mounts the podium, he has the right to disprove the definition of the resolution put forward by the first speaker of affirmation. Is it clear? No cross-examination. He also has 6 minutes because he's the main speaker, but he's the first speaker of the negative side. He has the right to define the resolution if he believes that the first speaker of the affirmative team could not logically present the definition of the topic or the resolution. And he should also present counter-arguments of the first speaker's point, maybe one or two. But he should not be carried away by this counter-argument, because a third member of his team has already embarked on cross-examination of the first speaker. So instead of he belabors the point on always trying to refute the argument of the first speaker, he should try to present the argument of his own team because he is the first speaker of the negative positive side. He should present the argument. He should also clearly put out the layout or the outline of the negative constructive team's argument. So you know the first speaker of the affirmation is going to be cross-examined by the third speaker. After the cross-examination, the first speaker on the negative side comes, puts out his argument with no cross-examination or one or two rebuttals, and before he goes back to the seat, the third side of the affirmation or the positive side should ask him to stay to cross-examine his speech. That also goes for 3 minutes. So you should be considerate of the timing. All of the main speakers should have 6 minutes. Cross-examination takes 3 minutes. So, having presented his arguments, that is his position as the first negative constructive speaker, we should stay on the podium for the first speaker of this affirmative, the positive side, those who uphold the resolution, to just examine his argument. That also goes for 3 minutes. You know, the importance of cross-examination is to at least outline some weakness in a mate's argument. That's anti-matter. And it also makes up clarifications, probably which he wants to use as a blueprint or as a yardstick to present your argument. The next speaker, after the cross-examination of the first speaker on the negative side, should be the second speaker of the first affirmative team. The second speaker has the right to defend the resolution. He has the right as a second speaker because his predecessor, that's the leader of that team, have already given definitions of the resolution. So he should support that definition, or at least spice it up, that make some additions. Strong. Probably you may think that the first speaker of their side had not produced or had not presented strong arguments for the resolution. So he has the right to support that, to beef it up. What you give is the second speaker. So when he's done, he's given 6 minutes because he's the main speaker. He's not the end cross-examination. He also has the right to rebuke the argument of the first speaker, of the negative competitive. Because for him, there has been a speaker on the negative side. He has the right to make 1 or 2 rebuttals. When he is done as a second speaker, he has to stay. He has to stay for the first speaker, the negative side, to cross-examine him. Mark you, for the affirmative team, the first speaker is being cross-examined by who? Yes, the negative constructive team. The negative constructive team as well, the first speaker is being cross-examined by whom? First speaker on the side, right? Fine. Now the second speakers, the negative, the positive constructive or affirmative constructive team, the second speaker is going to be cross-examined by the first speaker of that side. 3 minutes. After that, then you have the second speaker of the negative constructive side. The negative constructive side, he is the second speaker. He has right to add up or to support the definition of the first speaker of the team. And when he is done, also has the right to make 1 or 2 rebuttals because they have been opposing previous speakers for him. That's the second speaker. He has 6 minutes. He can bring new arguments to substantiate the point of their case for the resolution. And when he's done 6 minutes, he should stay at the podium for whom? The first speaker of the good. The learning is flowing, right? So you see how such debates will be very interactive. It will be very engaging because there's not a one presentation of the topic. It's not just about reading literature, but how to present it, you have to stay, even if you've committed an intellectual dishonesty, or even if you've lied, you are going to stay for someone to ask you questions. All right? Fine. So the last two speakers are not going to be cross-examined. The last two speakers are not going to be cross-examined. The last speaker of the positive or affirmative constructive team has 5 minutes. he or she has 5 minutes. Then the last speaker on the negative constructive team as well has 5 minutes. They are there to round off or to summarize the points raised up by their team. They are going to cross-examine, but they have 5 minutes. The last speaker and the summary speaker of this team has the right to make rebuttals on each other's side. But you should make sure that you summarize the point of the 42 speakers in this team. And when he's done, nobody's going to cross-examine him. Then we have last speaker on this other side. So that's the end of the proper debate format. Now, what should actually be very important? What should be our question? Is to ask, is it important? It appears to be complex. But why is it being introduced in educational institutions? And why is it being introduced, or why it's regarded as very instrumental or important towards 21st century capacity building, politics, and constructive dialogue, forums? The importance of the proper debate format. One, it's used for your critical thinking skills. Importance. One, it's used for your what? Critical thinking skills. What's the meaning of critical thinking skills? That you are able to present the argument, or you are able to bring forth an opinion in which you've never had prior knowledge of it. You could bring out an opinion and an argument at the spur of the moment, and you can logically present objective arguments without any bias, without any subjectivity. You look at the issue at hand, you consider the context, and you draw up your conclusion. You can look at ideas presented by different people with the little idea you have, and looking at how positive the comparison of these ideas, then you can make up your argument. That's the meaning of critical thinking skills, using logic. Then the Kalpova debate format works for constructive engagement. Constructive engagement. You're not to fight, and you're not going to allow anybody to lie to you. So you could ask the person to present the argument logically to support their sources. Okay? So without more ado, I think we should stop here, but we've at least learned something today. The Kalpova debate format, you should now be the ambassadors of your school's literary debate society. You can go to them and you tell them that I want to introduce this new system if you don't have it at all. But then if you have it, the new ideas you learned today, you should go there and integrate those ideas and you be the one. Debating is actually important because you go back in your own institutions, you should be the next leaders of our country. So you should be able to have a constructive engagement. Thank you very much. I am going to
Thank you so much, Suleiman Boni. I think I've learned a lot about debating in general and just getting an idea of what it means to debate using the Kalpova system. I was speaking with a colleague at the back and who was telling me about how interesting and how he prefers to debate using that system. And so it was very enticing to just listen to you explain to us how the things work in that accord. So I'm sure you guys were taking notes, you have questions. So before he goes, I would like to give you some minutes to ask any questions that you might have for further clarification or just make comments. Questions, anyone? Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. You spoke about intellectual dishonesty, wherein if I have lied, given wrong statistics, reasons and all, the opposing team during the cross examination should kind of debunk me or clarify that. But what about in a situation wherein the opposing team did not take note of that intellectual dishonesty? Are the judge or are the judges, sorry, going to judge in favor or against my favor?
Well, the judges are going to pick that up, and that will be the mark against him. Because the judges are well informed, know he has committed an intellectual dishonesty. So any mark that is being reduced on his general grade, I think that's a bonus.
No, what I'm saying is that if the opposing team does not, take note of that intellectual dishonesty, if they do not tell the judges that this man has done this, that, and this, so are the judges going to, reduce my marks? Because the opposing team did not tell them. So how are the judges going to judge if they are not listening to what the debaters are saying?
They are not going to reduce any mark on your side. They are not, because it is not your role to look out for intellectual dishonesty. But then if you could do that, that's an advantage bonus on your side. But they are not going to reduce the mark because they are going to grade you based on how you present your own argument and the questions you'd ask the man, and not the questions you failed to ask.
Okay, another question, please. In case of which we usually have a problem when doing the course examination. That is shout at their pastors rather than asking questions and all. So how is the course examination supposed to be? Is it going to be a question and answer or what?
The proper debate format, that's one of its main importance. It involves ethical debate. Ethical. When you say ethics, that's about having behavior or conduct. Okay. Now in cross-examination, we don't shout. Cross-examination should be very constructive. Now, what should be the future of cross-examination? It's question and answer session. You could start, you're not going to shout, just ask simple one or two questions. And it is his obligation to answer those questions. If he doesn't answer any question that you ask, it's a mark against him.
Okay, I have known that. But what about if we are in a situation wherein I am trying to ask and the opposing the person in the opposing team is just shouting, and saying things are not necessary other than asking my question. Am I going to award the mark or is it going to be what?
Right. Mark you that questions you would ask are a leeway for a reduction of mark on the opposite side. Now, the first thing the judges would, at the first of the section of the debate, the judges would make clear that during cross-examination, there should not be any interruptions. There should not be any raising of voices above the rooftops of the house. So if you're asking the question and nobody from the opposite side or people from the opposite side are not giving you the chance, it's a mark reduction on your side. And it's a bonus on your side. Okay?
Okay, one last question. If someone from the affirmative side asks a question to the negative side, and the question that the person asks is not part of what the person from the affirmative side said, or what he talks about, the topic he's talking about, what will be the mark or the point? Is the point going back, or is the person that asked the question having the mark, or the person that the question is going to have?
You should first of all underscore that questions you ask in cross-examinations should border around the topic. You don't have to bring extraneous material there. And when you ask a question that is not within the confines of the topic, it means you've gone out of the way to mark against you. If I were a judge, I would stroke against you. And the person whom you ask the question is not going to have any addition, but on your side, that's a reduction in the mark. So you should ask questions only on the topic. Okay? So I think, Mr. Moderator,
Thank you so much, Sulaiman. So, our next agenda will be a guest speaker that will be talking about public speaking and the innovation that drives it. So before I go on to that,
I'd like to just highlight something that I learned that was really important from the questions you asked and just like the responses Suleiman was given. He was talking about when you're debating, you should not be shouting over the top of your voices. And I feel like I have had discussions with people several times that feels like when their voice is over your voice, then that means they're making a good point. And that's the mistake in it. Like when you're a good debater, you're a good communicator, you don't need to shout. Like if you have points, there's no necessity for you to start shouting or raising your voice. And in fact, that's gonna like implicate whatever message you're trying to get to the people to understand. Because we have certain people, if you're trying to influence them, you're trying to convince them, the moment you start shouting at them, then that's just gonna like ruin everything. And it's gonna like just destroy whatever message you're trying to send. So while we're trying to convince and influence people, let's try to be calm, let's try to be professional, and let's try to make sure that our message is fully understood by the next person. I'll touch on a bit on people using jargon. I'm not saying that I'm against it, but pick your audience. When you're using jargon, speak your audience. Because the whole essence of it is for the next person to get what you're saying. I mean, you can't come to, let's say, people that are not as educated and you start speaking big jargons. At the end of the day, who's going to get what message we're trying to say? So make sure when you're using words, make sure the audience understands what you're saying because that's the overall goal, yeah? So our next speaker would be Mr. Fuad Kane. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Initiative of International Modern United Nations Sierra Leone, and he'll be speaking on public speaking and the innovation that drives it. So please welcome Mr. Kane to the podium with a round of applause, please. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning.
Energy, guys.
Oh, okay. I am Fuad Kane, the Executive Director of Initiative for International Modern United Nations. You may be wondering why I have been called upon to actually talk on innovation and public speaking. Well, basically, I'm also a software website developer. I'm also a data scientist. And I actually have a company called Innovation Impact. It's a high-tech company based in Sierra Leone, and we are also operating in Liberia. So yes, that is why I am here. So as you can see, it's a mixture of traditions and of course innovation. Mine is going to be very interactive. Mine is going to be interactive from the start. So in the first place, I would like to hear if anybody has an idea of what innovation is. Yes, go ahead. Yes. Can you just stand up and speak? Yes. Innovation, yes.
My little wonderful gentlemen, the meaning of innovation is the new ideas or the new ideologies which people bring forth to at least fix things.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Let's say 50-50, not a woman, yes. Go ahead, please.
Well, as for my own idea,
If you could announce your name, it will help me to recognize
I'm
you.
RCC's name.
Okay.
As for my own understanding towards innovation, it means the new creativity to innovate, to create new and to create new ideas and share new ideas in a way that is beneficial to the world or your country as a whole.
Yes, so something we have to underline is beneficial, all right? Beneficial. And another person, there's a 50-50 woman and okay, okay. Any female? Any female? All right, great. Thank you. We put it on the phone, okay, no problem. All right, all right. So yes, so from the responses we've kind of had from the two speakers, the first person talked about innovation creation, and another person talked about beneficial, which is very important. All right. So basically, what is innovation? We have so many definitions, so many things. People have so many ideas about innovation. But basically, innovation is the application of two things. All right, two things. One is critical thinking skills, and the next is forward thinking skill. Innovation is the application of two things. One is critical thinking skill, and the next is forward thinking skill. And I posted something on my Facebook page, I think a few days ago. It's the fact that one of those skills cannot be attained from our education system. That is the sad part. That's the critical thinking skill because it is not offering that to us. Why? Because our education system is theory based. All right, it is theory based. It is largely not helping us to think beyond borders, to think and probably create something, which is the sad part of it. But it's a choice for you to decide that probably you want to have a critical thinking skill, right? So innovation is the application of two things. One is critical skill, and the next is forward thinking skill. So what is critical thinking skill? Critical thinking skill is you being able to identify a problem. You being able to come up with a solution to that particular problem, and you being able to apply the solution so that it could be beneficial to everybody. I don't know if I'm making sense. Make sense? Make sense? All right. Let me reiterate again. Innovation is the application of two things. Two things. One is critical thinking skill. The next is forward thinking skill. And both of those skills has to do with the way your mind behaves. It has to do with the way your mind behaves. All right. And what are the things that will help your mind to behave the way it is behaving? One is the thing you see and the thing you hear. Am I making sense? Yes, that will help you to develop your innovation, critical thinking, or forward thinking skill, or whatever. Innovation is the application of two things. We should never forget this: the critical thinking skill and the forward thinking skill. Now, what is critical thinking skill? Critical thinking skill is you being able to identify a problem, and you being able to come up with a solution to that particular problem, and you being able to apply the solution so that it will be beneficial to everybody. Make sense? Yes, makes sense. So, what is forward thinking skill? Forward thinking skill is the leadership behind the idea. It is the leadership behind the innovation. Do we know before Facebook came into existence, we have so many social media apps, social media platforms? Do we do that? Yes, we have, even before Facebook came into existence, we have what's called Hi-Fi. We have what's called Togo. Anyone who used social media in probably around 2009-8. During 2007-9-8, we had what we call Hi-Fi, Togo, and so many. Today, and movement with why? It is not that Mark Zuckerberg is the owner of this book. It is not that he is extremely intelligent. All right, it's because of the leadership skill he placed behind this idea. That is why Facebook is the most used social media platform on earth today. So that leadership skill has to do with your forward-thinking skill. Yeah, that's one. And this is why I know some of you have your own probably organization, SB or whatever, but it is not really making impact. People don't even know that probably that particular initiative is existing. It's because one thing is lacking, that is leadership, that is forward-thinking skill. And you have to be very optimistic. That's the beginning of your forward-thinking skill. Make sense? Make sense? Any question before I go further? Any question before I go further? Yes, I have told you that innovation has to do two things. That is your critical thinking skill and forward thinking skill, right? Yes, so you understood that already. And I have also informed you that your critical thinking skill has to do with you being able to identify a problem, you being able to come with a solution to a particular problem, and you being able to apply the solution so everybody benefits from it. So if that is the definition of innovation, it means every human being on earth is an innovator. Make sense? You are probably not innovative because
you don't believe that you can innovate. You are probably not innovating because of what you have thought innovation is or was. And innovation is, and there is this misconception around when I attended the partner session. I don't know if it was in Kenny or Maki. This guy was talking about innovation, and he was mixing innovation with technology. Not every innovation is a technology, and not all technology has to do with innovation, but not every innovation has to do with technology. Are we understanding? Make sense? Yes. So innovation is not just about you creating a mobile app. It's not just about you creating robotic, whatever you being involved into data science or whatever. The underlying part of innovation is you being able to know that this is a problem. So even in your house, right? We are all coming from our houses, right? Even in your house, within your household, you know that this is a problem. You know that this is wrong. Yes. So you being able to know that this is wrong and this is not wrong, that is innovation. Yeah, innovation starts. Make sense? Yes. Somebody's already making time to me that my time is. So the time is really running out. So basically, do not forget, innovation is the application of two things. That is what? And what is critical thinking skill? Identify a problem, come up with a solution to that problem, and apply the solution to everyone beneficial. So where do we have innovation in all of this? After you've identified a problem and you've come up with a solution to that problem, you decided to sell a solution, there entrepreneurship comes into play. Or you decided not to sell, here as well entrepreneurship comes into play. So entrepreneurship is not just about money making, it's actually about what's creating impact. Like for example, my institution initiative international knowledge and technician is not a money making institution, but we've created impact across Africa. But my company, Technological Impact, is we can and money will talk. Makes sense? Yes. So we have obviously comes into play. You being able to talk about what you've done, you being able to tell people, to convince people that this is what I've done, and this is what I believe, and this is what I think you should also do. All right? Make sense? The time is running off, so that is it. Any questions?
Any questions?
Probably one or two. Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. The whole thing that I want to know today from you is that I want you to give me one idea how to innovate.
How to innovate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. So how to innovate? Is it
outside of the box to solve a problem. And that is the essence of innovation. So not to take the time because we're running low on time, I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is a woman that I personally admire. Her name is Adamas, Zilla. And she is a renowned TV personality, managing director of Multimedia Plus, and executive director of MIWGEM. We're very happy to have you here, and we're looking forward to hearing you speak about what you're passionate about. Thank you so much, guys. Round of applause, please.
Good morning. Are you happy being here today? And have you learned something from all the speakers? That's amazing. I have just 20 minutes. I just want to go through briefly because most of the things I'm going to talk about, other speakers have already highlighted them. So it's just like we're just adding for you to understand better the importance of public speaking and why it's very necessary for you to have the necessary skills of becoming a very good public speaker. Many a times I've heard people say, what's the essence of me being a good public speaker? My aim in life is to become a medical doctor. How important is that to me? What's the essence of becoming a very good public speaker when my aim in life is to become an engineer? I have to stand front to speak to. So what's the essence? It's actually important for each and every individual to have the necessary skills of being a public speaker, because you never know when and how duty will call upon you to stand in front of people, to deliver a speech, to make presentation, to defend that paper, talk about that you think is very important to your professional career. And I'll use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to Martin Martinez and his team for this brilliant initiative. Thank you very much, guys. You people are doing an amazing work. So many a times we ask ourselves the question of what is public speaking? We say public speaking. By the way, I have to be moving because I'm a lecturer and I'm a communicator. I like moving along the rows to see who is paying attention and who is not. All right, so many a times we ask ourselves the question like, and we ask ourselves the question, what's public speaking? So as we can see from the projector here, and I'll ask Martin that you just print this document and hand over to them. Each and every one of them have a copy of it. So we say, what's public speaking? And from what we see there, it says public speaking, which is also called origin, is the process of acts of performing a speech to a live audience in a structured manner in order to inform, entertain, and persuade your listeners. Many a times when we talk to people, they're sending out a message. Is that not so? Now that I'm here and talking to you, I'm trying to send out the message that I want you to understand. I want you to believe that what I'm saying is actually true. But if I'm not confident enough to pass on my message, will you actually be convinced that what I'm trying to say to you is the right thing? If I'm here, I'm not sure of what I'm saying, would you want to even practice it at the end of the day? So at the end, when we say public speaking, it's about how you communicate to your audience. And in a structured manner like we've seen there, you inform them, you entertain them. That is if you're an entertainer. Many a times, the messages, information messages are passed on through entertainment, just send your message across. So also public speaking is commonly understood as formal, face-to-face speaking of an individual to a group of audience. It's how you gathered here today and we're talking to you, we're trying to send out a message in face-to-face. It's a face-to-face discussion. So public speaking is as well said to be a way of making your ideas public, sharing your ideas with other people, as well as influencing them. We say public speaking is nothing more than having a conversation from your heart about something that you're authentically passionate about. Alright, so in public speaking, like we have communication. In communication, we have elements of communication. As well as in public speaking, we have elements of public speaking. One of which is communicator. Who is the source of the message? So for us students, mass communicators, we believe that for any message, there must be a source. Where is the message coming from? Who sent out the message? Who is passing on the message? So one of the elements that I made mention of public speaking is there must be someone sending out that message, the source of the message. And there must be a message itself. If you have a source, then there must be a message. And the actual concept, and it is the actual concept or information conveyed. So the message is what you are sending out. It's what you are trying to tell your audience about. That is the message. And we have the medium. Alright, so I don't want to teach you here communication today, but who understood what is mass? When we say mass, what do we mean? Sorry? Large number of people. Alright. And sorry, someone say, are we here? Anyone say something? All right. So in communication, we have what we call mass media. So who can tell me what a medium is? Anyone tell me? So I'm mixing up my session now. So I'm doing it alongside my question and stuff, so I won't waste much time. Sorry? Medium means middle. All right. Anyone that wants to try?
An actual way of message or how to deliver a message.
It's
an actual way of message how to deliver a message.
All right. Anybody else will try? Something? Size. All right. Are you guys paying attention? So what's a medium? I need a few more answers and then we round up from here and move on to the next. Yeah, anyone wants to tell me? Yes, that's one last try. Right, so we say it's a channel. Let's put it that way, okay? It's the channel you use to send out your information. If you have gathered your information, the means, the channel you use, and it could be a radio, it could be a television, it could be a newspaper, it could be a magazine, it could be an email, it could be, what else? Journal. Yes. So that's the medium is one, but for the plural we say media. So media means lots of various media, various outlets like radio, television, newspaper. All of these, you can put them together, you say media. That is the plural. So media is the plural for medium. So like we have seen there, we say public speaking is a medium in public speaking is one of the elements, is the actual delivery method. How you send out your message. Is that understood? So next time when somebody asks you what's a medium, you don't say something in the middle, right? All right, we move. So we say we have an audience. It's a group of people within hearing, specifically listening, watching a performance or a speech. So the audience, like for instance, also TV presenters, the people that are out there looking at our TV presentation, listening to our radio presentation, they are our audience. They are listening to us, they are watching us through a particular medium, which is a television or a media, television, radio, or reading our stories via newspaper. You understand? So for public speaking, people sit and listen to you speak, pass on that information that you're curious to know. They are your audience. Okay? So asking is what's the effect of public speaking? The result or the outcome, of course. Like for example, our politicians. Sometimes when they go to the town hall meetings, they are there telling you about the schools they have built, the roads they have constructed, the deeds they have done, the that they have done. At the end of the day, when they have communicated that message to you, they are looking out for a positive outcome. And what is that positive outcome? It's for them to be voted, right? Or you to appreciate them and consider voting them during the next elections. Is that not so? So for any public speaker, one of the effects they want to create is a positive outcome. To see that the message that they have sent across is well delivered. And you buy into it. You digest it well, and you nod your head in satisfaction. Okay? All right. So here's the history of public speaking. Like I made mention, we don't have time to go through all of this. So I'll ask Martin to please print and put copy. So you have it. It's very useful. All right. So briefly. So we talk about the role of technology, the history of public speaking. Even in the media, we have traditional media. So the traditional media is radio, TV, and newspaper. And we have the new media, which is where you have Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and all of this. So with the emergence of the new media, it tends to hinder the work of the traditional media because now people prefer rushing to the internet for information rather than tuning into their radio or their TV sets to know what's happening around them. So, although to a large extent, the emergence of the new media has not been able to shut down the traditional media. But we see lots of people are on the internet because they believe it's convenient. You can't be moving along with your television set, right? You can't hold them like this, be moving along. Is that not so? But you can have your phone with you, watching JYB television, watching SLBC, watching FTN, and keep yourself updated. So this is a public speaking. We see here that the advancement of technology has had great impact on public speaking as the 21st century has given sophisticated media sources like internet and telecommunications. These have changed the face of public speaking as well continue to transform the art of public speaking through newly available technologies such as video conferencing, multimedia presentation, and all non-traditional forms. Example, WhatsApp video conference, Facebook, Zoom, webinar, and so on. When we had the coronavirus, all meetings were done on Zoom. Is that not so? All meetings were done on Zoom. All public speaking, this, that, whatever message, was done on Zoom. And that was made possible because of the emergence of the new media, the sophisticated media tools that are now available. Before this time, all of these things were not present. So it was quite difficult. And that has, to a large extent, impacted public speaking, which I think is sad Because if people don't practice the act of public speaking and they believe that, anyways, we're having a Zoom call, so I feel comfortable. I won't be standing in front of so many people. I won't be shaking. I won't be nerving. I'll just be there. We're having this Zoom call. Everybody, people are seeing me via my computer. So it's fine. I'm okay. I'm comfortable. Comfortable because your job is going to come. All right. So we say Aristotle's theory of material history has justified that he's a father of public speaking. He also discovered that in order to rally citizens into conformity, one needed to persuade people, which we call rhetoric, active using language for persuasion, or the capacity to persuade people. And he broke it down into three key strategies. One is ethos, pathos, and logos. So your credibility, ethos is your credibility and that of your character, but pathos is your emotional bond with listeners. So let's go through this quickly. So for ethos, we say is used when the source is credible and the speaker can show authority, competence, and expertise over the subject matter. A soldier opinion is more credible than an ordinary man's opinion in violent situations. People tend to believe the opinion of doctors in the matter of medical treatment. So tell me, if you're a doctor, no matter how good you are, and then something happens to your patient, you can't justify. You can't tell the patient's relative what exactly happened because you can't express yourself. And as soon as you stand in front of them, start shaking. They say you have killed our brother. You are the one that has killed him. Because there are times, even the way you communicate to people, they will lose confidence in you. If you're talking to people and you're like, I say, who is this one? So even for them to trust you, to believe what you're saying is true, sometimes people find it very difficult. Because at times you think your audience is stupid. But they're not stupid. Even for us communicators, even for us television presenters, as for me, I don't know for others, I give my time. Because you don't underestimate your audience. You don't know who's listening to you. There are people who are extremely smart. There are people who can break down one subject and give it 10 minutes. So, for Aristotle to say, ethos is used when the source is credible. People have to believe you. If Martin today went and called someone who he knows is not a good public speaker, can stand in front of people and discuss or talk about an issue, then it's a disgrace. Because those of you sitting here will start wondering, you start even asking how credible his own integrity and things like that. This man, he called us here saying we're coming to land. And then he went and called one Soli from somewhere who can't even communicate well to us. It's a problem. Is that not so? So you have to trust yourself. And he has to show some amount of authority, competence. You see some people, like, with all due respect to doctors, some doctors, they might have done some terrible things. But when they stand in front of you to talk, doctor, thank you. Thank you. Because you would not believe, they will convince you. So I was sick a few days, and after the doctor has written so many things I don't understand, I came home go school. I went to the internet and started looking for all those books, but I think I understand because the doctor is finished with me. He has told me what my problem is. So whether I understand it, but he shows some amount of authority. You understand? All right. So if the next one is. Hey, someone help me here. All right, let's forge ahead. Let's forge ahead. Okay, so we've been hearing. By the way, Martin knows this is what I've been finding very difficult. Glossophobia. Glossophobia. He knows. It actually is a medical term for the strong fear of public speaking. It's one of the most common phobias. About 70% of the world population, about statistics, shows that people struggle with this or social anxiety disorder to some extent, according to several surveys. So, what are some of the signs? Like I mentioned earlier, trembling. You think this is not happening, but it's actually happening. I happen to call one of you here now to come and stand in front of this. You start trembling. Is that not so? You tremble. And also, it says sweating and clapping hands. Some people, the moment you call them to come and stand in front of the crowd to speak, they will start sweating. You don't know how you sweat, you just sweat. And also, drying out. You see, some people even vomit. Because, yes, it happens. Fear. When you are afraid and you are shaking, it makes you feel as if you are sick. That's what happens. So you see the importance of you becoming very good public speakers? Because you don't want to find yourself in this kind of situation, right? Yes. And you feel dizzy. Some people will faint. It happens. We have seen it before. Frequent urination. Some people, if it's their turn to speak now, you know they have 5 speakers ahead before they will go to the toilet more than 7 times. You start feeling your stomach as if something is about to happen. You get confused. You start feeling an uneasiness. Your heart will start pounding. So let me tell you something. Public speaking is easy. It's right. You know, you have studied, but for the mere fact she's going to ask you a question, you have to stand up to express yourself. One way. So, guys, I hope today you have learned something, right? So, I want you to continue to love this cause, Anti-Glossophobia. It's a fantastic idea put together by a great team. Always reach out to them and always attend program called to attend, because trust me, you learn lots and you become very public speaker. This material provided to you. Thank you very much. You have a lovely day. Nice meeting you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Silla. We're very happy for this insightful lecture that you're giving us about public speaking. Like she said, one thing that gets you halfway there is having the confidence when you're talking to people. You can't stand here and be shaking and sweating and like looking all nervous. You need to make sure that even if you don't know what you're saying, but let the audience think you know what you're saying. That's like 50% halfway there. So without further ado, we are going to move to our next speaker, who is a renowned person. She's a dedicated Rotarian and a sharp-witted strategic public relations and human relations executive. Her name is Helen.
Can you hear me? Thank you, and a good morning to you all. I'm speaking to you from New York in the United States, and I'm honored to have been invited to this important series, Public Speaking and Leadership. It makes me very happy to see that so many of you are taking a serious interest in your personal growth, and that you are lucky enough to have dedicated coaches and teachers to guide you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We had to clear up some things. Thank you. And I am speaking to you from New York in the United States. I'm so honored to have been invited to this important series, Public Speaking and Leadership. It makes me very happy to see that so many of you are taking a serious interest in your personal growth and that you are lucky enough to have dedicated coaches and teachers to guide you. After all, the world is changing rapidly, and the younger generation is being called upon to enter the global platform much earlier than in the past. Your personal development is of the utmost importance so that each of you can put your best foot forward and emerge as the leaders we need. I can tell you from my own observations and experience that clear communication is essential in every facet of your life and crucial for personal and professional success. Those who learn how to present themselves effectively will be a step above the competition. You know, things have evolved so quickly in technology that sometimes we forget how important verbal face to face communication is to human interaction. It's the best way to convey feelings and thoughts in the real world. Without that skill, no matter how educated you are, you cannot be a well rounded person. You certainly cannot be a great leader until you are a great communicator, as leaders must get things done through other people with the power of persuasion and connection. Why is it so important? Because poor verbal communication can cause serious misunderstandings, which can lead to broken friendships, broken marriages, difficulty in obtaining a job, and even wars between countries. After all, you have to be able to speak and listen well in order to negotiate. So, in order to prevent these unfortunate occurrences and misunderstandings, it's important to learn how to clarify your thoughts and share them with others, whether you are interacting with one person or with a group. Good communication or effective speaking means transferring a message and making sure that it's being received by the listener in the way you meant it. This is important to you in your everyday life as you interact with your friends, your family, your teachers, and eventually your business connections. Here's where public speaking comes in. There are various ways to describe public speaking, but one of the simplest ways to describe it is making a presentation to a group, which requires using clear communication skills, enthusiasm, and the ability to engage with an audience of any size. There are many times in your life when you could be called upon or will have the desire to speak publicly. Some of you have already done this and understand the necessity of preparing properly. The process of preparing itself forces speakers to take a step back and think critically about effective ways to communicate. It's not just about standing in front of an audience and talking. When you write a speech, you have to think carefully about the best framework, persuasive strategy, and proper diction to communicate your message to the audience. This type of thinking can help you improve your communication skills in other areas of your life as well. Having the opportunity to hone the skills that I just mentioned is one of the benefits of public speaking. Since public speaking focuses on communicating ideas, it's a big help in your social interactions and work situations that require you to communicate ideas to other people. You can learn to calmly take up an opposing view, to present your ideas in an organized and coherent manner, and to defend your views to others. Another benefit of public speaking is the opportunity to make new social connections, to network. When you're invited to speak at an event, for instance, you have the opportunity to meet new people and make new contacts and have an interest in the same topics. So now we know a few of the benefits of public speaking and that it's one of the most important forms of communication. But I wonder how many people know that it has been established as one of the most dreaded forms of communication and one of society's most outstanding fears altogether. Or did you think you were alone with your fear? In fact, if you ever thought you would rather die than have to speak in public, you're certainly not alone. Most people are terrified of speaking to an audience. They are afraid of being criticized by others. They start sweating, even trembling. They get dizzy, they freeze up, and they forget what they want to say. It's called stage fright. They forget the purpose of public speaking. It's not a test. Public speaking is a way to inform, influence, or entertain a larger amount of people at the same time. Since we've established now how useful and important this skill is, it's beneficial to learn to deal with this situation, and there are ways to do it. In fact, quite a few famous people, such as Mahatma Gandhi, who actually had panic attacks, Prince Harry of England, Tiger Woods, the golf pro, Mark Zuckerberg, imagine the head of a big company like Facebook, all learned how to speak, regardless of all the fears they had, and developed more self-confidence. Then there is my story. When I was a young student, I was afraid to raise my hand when the teacher asked a question. I was fearful of being judged and making a fool of myself. I still, after all these years, remember the name of the girl in my class who was not afraid to raise her hand and willing to take a chance of speaking in front of the others. Her name was Frances Wender, and the reason I remember her and her name so well is because she gave the same exact answer each time that I would have given. I was so angry at her. I was jealous. I was smart, but I just didn't have her confidence. That little girl, me, would never have believed that years later, as an adult, she would be an international public speaker, addressing audiences of up to 1,700 people at one time and receiving awards for inspiring them. How did this happen? Well, I can assure you it didn't magically happen overnight. It was a series of experiences that I allowed myself to be exposed to along my life's path and gradually became more knowledgeable, more aware of other people's needs, and eventually more confident in facing many different kinds of audiences. When I was about 12 years old, I was accepted into an acting class after putting a lot of emotion into a poem I was asked to read as part of the interview, and eventually landed up on the stage of the Brooklyn Academy of Music in the lead part. It was a new experience for me. I was so nervous that not only did I work day and night memorizing my own part, but I memorized everybody else's part as well. I figured if somebody forgot their part, I wouldn't remember what I was supposed to say. Sure enough, two people did forget. And even though it was such a stressful experience for me that my parents actually took me out of the class, that is where I learned to ad lib, a valuable experience. Nothing is ever wasted. And when I became an elementary school teacher, I had a ready-made audience of 8-year-olds. That's where I learned to watch expressions to see if I was speaking clearly enough and reaching my audience. I was actually giving speeches every day and sharing information. It was such a good practice. Regardless of the fact that I was still teaching when I signed up in graduate school to obtain my master's degree, it happened all over again. I went back to my childhood and was so nervous that I would humiliate myself by not having the correct answers when the professor called on me, especially because I was a teacher, that I only took 2 courses the first semester. I needn't have worried, as I did so well that I was invited to teach teachers that summer as an adjunct lecturer. Another opportunity to speak in front of a different kind of audience. All these experiences were preparing me for higher level things. And when I decided to change careers and enter the business world, I was well prepared for the interviews that I had to endure. As an advertising salesperson, I had to do research to better understand the product that I was selling and the background of the business people who I had to convince. Using the appropriate words was a necessary part of effective persuasion. I was effective because I could see the benefit of what I was promoting and was passionate about the benefit to my client. So all this preparation was imperative for making the sale. And without me realizing it at that time, it was also preparation for effective public speaking. I worked for various companies in the business world and accumulated various titles, which gave me experience speaking to different types of audiences. For instance, as spokesperson for one company, I did public relations and spoke to the Chamber of Commerce. Once again, because I believed in the benefits of what I was promoting, I was able to speak with passion and be convincing. I recruited salespeople and spoke in the training classes to motivate them. When I attained the position of vice president of another company, I spoke to the press and at meetings and business clubs that invited me to join. Networking was important to connect with potential clients, and effective communication was essential. For 2 years, I was the moderator of a weekly cable TV show called the New York Business Forum. The guests on the panel were presidents and CEOs of various types of businesses, and the audience was unseen. But we knew they were out there, watching from their homes and offices on their television screens. It was a live show. I spent hours before each weekly panel researching the backgrounds of the notable guests and creating interesting questions to stimulate interesting responses. It was so successful that we received numerous letters from viewers telling us how much they enjoyed the educational aspect and interaction. Regardless, every single week for 2 years, I was a nervous wreck until the cameras started to roll. At that point, I magically relaxed and actually enjoyed it. I came to realize that everyone is initially apprehensive in that type of situation when they are in the limelight. But if you do the necessary pre planning, you will automatically handle it well. So it wasn't really magic that melted my fears, it was the fact that I was well prepared. But some of my most defining moments came as a member of the Rotary Club of New York. I had been invited to join as their first woman member. It is part of an international organization, and this is where I had so many opportunities to hone all of my speaking skills and raise my self confidence to a higher level. I took every opportunity to speak at the microphone, make announcements, share ideas, give some of the inspirational prayers before the lunch, introduce guests. I even offered to conduct a meeting when the president was out sick. What great practice this was. I had a ready made audience of people I knew and felt safe with, the other members. I even felt confident enough to be the storyteller on a series of videos I produced with another Rotarian who was a videographer. They were all about our humanitarian work. But nothing could compare to the great need for clear, effective communication to the public than when New York City was unexpectedly attacked by terrorists in 2001, right after my installation as president of the New York Rotary Club. It was the skills that this whole series is about, public speaking and leadership, that helped me lead my 185 members in the recovery efforts of 9/11, where approximately 3,000 people were killed and many wounded. We helped the victims, the firefighters, and other first responders in many ways. I spoke on the internet to Rotary clubs all around the world to clarify how we would distribute their monetary contributions to the victims. I had to inspire my own frightened members from the microphone each week in order to keep them together as a team. It was these combination of skills that helped me do it. It was after this 9/11 experience that people all over the United States started inviting me to speak about my successful involvement in this terrible attack. Evidently, my presentation was effective as I spoke from my heart about what I knew. And I started getting requests from Europe and Asia as well. I found myself traveling to places I had never experienced and met new people, made many new friends. Eventually, I started speaking on many other subjects as well. I had the great honor of being appointed a Rotary International representative to the United Nations by 10 consecutive international presidents and coordinated the annual Rotary UN Day with my team, where for 10 years I moderated and spoke on many panels, including peace and conflict resolution, economic community development, and others. For 3 years, I was the moderator of the weekly international breakfast meetings at the UN, where diplomats and ambassadors discussed the problems and progress of their individual countries. It was screened all over the Rotary world to 200 countries. By this time, I was getting used to speaking publicly and actually enjoying it tremendously. As a strategic public relations consultant, I now help individual people and companies improve their images. Much of this has to do with various forms of communication. But the last few years, I have had the greatest satisfaction of all, speaking to the wonderful audiences of young people at the Global Model UN conferences, where I have received awards. But my most prized award is the feedback that I receive, confirming to me that I have inspired thousands of young people to realize how important their voices can be to create the future they want. I hope I have inspired you to realize how important communication and public speaking is in your own life. No matter how frightening it may be each time you face a new audience, just remember that you are not alone. Everyone feels the same way. But you can elevate yourself to greater heights if you remember these things. Keep finding opportunities to practice public speaking. Accept invitations to speak to different types of audiences. Research the topic to add more interesting material. Find out who your audience is each time you speak and why they are there, what they want to learn. Spend time preparing. This is so important. This will bolster your confidence. Check the room beforehand, the lighting, the sound, and other equipment. Be sincere and be yourself with your own style. Be a storyteller. Everyone has a story to tell, and audiences love them. Anyone can learn to be a better speaker. It's like riding a bicycle. You might fall off a couple of times, but if you keep practicing, you may just surprise yourself. Thank you. I understand you might have some questions.
And we can't even hear as well.
Okay, were there any questions? Were there any questions? Okay, were there any questions?
Yeah, I think
Were there any questions?
yes, people would have questions. Does anyone have
Okay,
questions?
just, we don't have the best sound, so just speak slowly and clearly, please. Okay, just, we don't have the best sound, so just speak slowly and clearly, please.
Sure.
Because it's difficult to hear from here.
We don't have the best sound, so just speak slowly and clearly.
All right.
Because it's difficult to hear from here. Yeah, so speak
Okay,
loudly, clearly.
Good morning. Well, you stated that for about communication, there's a lot of misvirtues
So
such
speak
as
loudly,
was
clearly.
and all. So I want to ask how you have been able to manage your words in order not to hurt others since you are the president of the Rotary Club.
Maybe your instructor can repeat the question because it's broken up. Can the teacher repeat the question?
So I want to ask how you have been able to manage your words in order not to hurt others since you are the president of the Rotary Club.
Can the teacher repeat the question? Because it's very broken up. It's hard to understand. Can the teacher repeat the question? No. You repeat his question.
All right. Ma'am Ellen, good morning again.
Can you repeat it?
You spoke that. Okay. You said that poor verbal communication causes a lot of misfortune, such as wars and all. So I want to ask how you've been able to manage your words in order not to hurt others, since you are the president of the Rotary Club.
Can you ask your teacher to repeat your question? Because it's very broken up. Can you ask your teacher to repeat your question? I'd appreciate that. No. You repeat his question. The woman who was speaking, I don't know her name.
You said that poor verbal communication causes a lot of misfortune, such as wars and all. So I want to ask how you've been able to manage your words so that you not hurt others, since we are the president of the Rotary Club. So I want to ask how you've been able to manage
I'm
your
so
words so that
sorry.
you
The
not
the
hurt others,
sound is not
since we are the
coming
president
over
of the
well.
Rotary
I'm so sorry. Is there any way of you writing out the question and holding it up? Or the sound is very bad. It's loud, but it's all broken up.
If you ask your teacher, repeat your question. I appreciate that.
It's not you. You're speaking well. It's just that the sound coming over is broken up.
The woman who is speaking, I don't know her name.
It's just not coming over well.
Such as wars and all. So I want to ask how you've been able to manage your words so that you not hurt others, since we are the president. Hello?
Yes, I'm asking if they can send me the questions.
I'm so sorry. The sound is not coming over well. I'm so sorry. Is there any way of you writing out the question?
It's very broken up.
It's very bad. It's loud, but it's all broken up.
Madam Helen, can you get me?
It's not you. You're speaking well. It's just that the sound coming over is broken up.
Let me try and repeat the question for you.
You know, they just sent me the question, but I don't know if this is what it is. Have you been able to manage your wealth in other not to hurt others? It's just not clear. It's not clear. He's asking me if I can manage what? Now the sound is not coming over at all.
One, since you are the president of the Rotary Club of the USA.
Not coming over. It's not clear. It's something about managing wealth.
Yes, I'm asking if they can send me the questions. Is there any way of writing out the question? It's very broken up.
You know, because of the sound not coming over well, perhaps I can give the audience my email address. Perhaps I could give the audience my email address, and anybody who wants to ask me a question, I will be happy to answer it. My email address is, if you want to write it down, if you have a pencil, you want to write down the email address, it's HelenBreisler@AOL.com. Helen B. Reisler at AOL.com. Send me your question. I will be glad to answer it. Not right now. I will answer it today sometime, because right now I'm on with you. But I'm terribly sorry that I'm here in the United States, you're in Sierra Leone, and even though you were able to hear me, hopefully, very well, when you speak, it's broken up. The sound is broken up. Now, I know that what they sent me was, have you been able to manage your worth? And I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. All right, so we're going to do the email situation. I want to thank you for being such a wonderful audience, and remember the things I said. And one day, I hope to be watching you speaking to an audience that I am in. Thank you.
Augustine, I should come on anything connect. So if it's not show, yeah. Connect. No, again, yeah. So let's just get. Let's get it. No. Oh, please, Maya. What's connected?
All right, good afternoon all. Have you got lunch? Another eat? Sorry about that, no? So I am between your lunch and your hunger. That means I have to make it quick, and you have to be my friend. Because the longer I speak, the hungrier it gets. And I believe you all want to be happy when you go. My Miss Williams, I say, how are you? You know, sympathy for Mr. Bundo. You know, well, let's keep it going. The rest of all of you school here, it's a pleasure to be here. I believe this is part of building up your ability to stand the test of time, building up your ability to be articulate as you go ahead in life. I believe in everyone is a reservoir of power, a reservoir of intelligence, a reservoir of talent. But if you don't tap into your talent and utilize it, then you're not given an opportunity to leave your footprints in the sands of time. I want to say a big kudos to Professor Martinez for bringing up this big academy. You know, let's give him a big hand. He's quite a good guy, and he's also been, I think it's a tremendous thing to bring this particular subset out. I have to need to real quick, you know, talk on the key topic, public speaking and leadership. Public speaking and leadership. And I put a question mark there because we're trying to define what is leadership, who's the leader, who's the manager, and how do we do public speaking. But just before this, we had a lady talk, and the lady is an American, and she's the president of the Rotary Club, and she's quite up. And I'm sure some of you listen to her, you've done a few things, going through her accents, to her experience, and through the ability to be speaking with all the books behind her. And that means that she's somebody who reads a lot. And that brings me to you. How much reading do you do? How much thinking do you do? How much articulation do you do on a daily basis? And how good are you being confident with yourself? Well, she defined what is glossophobia in quite a fine area of words. So I won't go much into that. But I want to just how this is going to be the outline of my presentation. I don't want to do like just 20 minutes with you guys. But I want to leave you better and finer, stronger, more equipped, more intelligent, you know, more tapping to be successful than you came in here. For every one of you, as I said before, you have a possibility, potential to become a typical leader in society. And in Sierra Leone, the space is quite small. It's about 7 million people. So you have an opportunity to rise faster than if you were in Nigeria or in Ghana. So make use of what you've got here and try to be someone who's going to leave an indelible impression. All right. So the first thing I thought is, what is this thing? Glossophobia. She has actually described it, the fear of public speaking. All right. And I thought what I'll do is I'll start off with a story about somebody who was actually going to be a public speaker. The person was training to become a reverend, and he had to eventually preach in front of all of those people who were going to actually estimate and assess him. So he had been preparing himself to speak. And for decades, he's been thinking that he will talk on the topic which says, "Behold, I come like a thief in the night." That's somewhere in the Bible. "Behold, I come like a thief in the night." So on the big day of his final presentation, those of you in school, you know that you have what we call teaching practice. And the teachers have to go on the teaching practice in front of their examiners and their supervisors. And then they're normally quite maybe tight up. You know, they're a bit restless. They're a bit anxious, anxiety creeps in. So this guy went up the pulpit to preach on the topic, "Behold, I come like a thief in the night." So he went on the first line and he looked around, he saw all his lecturers, all the deacons, all the canons. If you were in the mosque, you have seen all the imams and they're listening to him. And he went up there and then he knew he had to overcome glossophobia. So the first thing he said was, my theme today is behold, I come. And he forgot the rest. He can't remember the rest. And he was really worried. So he thought of it again and he said, my theme today is behold, I come. I couldn't remember the rest. Now glossophobia was kicking in, anxiety, worry, panic, he was sweating and he was uncomfortable. So he took a few steps back on the pulpit and he came with a lot of energy and he said, behold, I come. He came so fast, he fell over a little bit. He fell on some old women sitting in the front row and he collapsed from there. And the woman looked at him. And then he said, Mama, I'm sorry. Then the woman said, begin. I move for no move. You tell me, say, 3 times you come. For no move. That's what glossophobia can do. Knocked him out. And he could not finish his sermon. But as far as I'm concerned, we are supposed to understand that we are naturally going to be anxious sometimes. The key here is being composed and knowing what you want to do and how you want to do it. And at times you also have a natural acumen that God can give you as example as shy naturally. One thing I find out about Sierra Leoneans in general, because I've traveled a lot. I can tell you I've traveled to over 45 countries. I've worked about 38 countries. I've seen people from Africa, Caribbean, Europe, Pacific, Australia, everywhere. And I think have qualities in particular countries, particular citizens, particular people that are different from others. The one thing I noticed is that the Sierra Leonean could be rather timid at times compared to the Nigerian, for example. We have a group of Nigerians, they're more boisterous, they're more assertive, they're more aggressive. But because they come from a big population, they have to fight for everything they need to do. Sierra Leoneans is a smaller population. We at times have what I call the island mentality. We relax and take things easy and very bit shy. But within the subset of the population, that's what we call the outliers, people who are bold as Sierra Leoneans. When you have more shy, more people who need to be pushed up to stop. And I know and I have seen people who are Sierra Leoneans, who are girls, who are very articulate. They can rise up and not the ones that have to help the others also become articulate. In my career path, I started off years ago as an economist in the central bank. At that time, I had nobody to supervise. I was being supervised. And I worked as an economist humbly underneath my supervisors until I rose up to become a section head. In a quick array of years, I was a section head in the central bank. And as a section head, I had a job to do. That was to represent the government on TV, in meeting seminars, internationally. And so that time, way before you were born, I started traveling with the Minister of Finance, the Governor of Central Bank, the Permanent Secretary, and I was an analyst in the team as a very young man in my 20s. And then I had been put on the pedestal to articulate concepts, policies, strategies for the government. And at times I'll be asked questions to answer. And so I started forming a character without even realizing it. But I think it started off from years back when I was in pre-software school. We had what we call LIDS. You still have that? Literary and Debating Society. And we go there and we'll talk and talk and talk and talk. I used to get bored. I used to skip it sometimes. They call us somebody to whip us that and we run away. But the bottom line is that you start forming the opinion and you start forming your character, you begin to dig into your abilities from a very early stage. So when I started representing the government of Sierra Leone, not Sierra Leone, in international arena, I remember when I was studying in Manchester in the 90s, I was called to go to the United States to represent the Bank of Sierra Leone in Argentina. I was a young man. And when you go there, you have to speak. You have to make presentations. You have to articulate sensibly because they're speaking in front of people who are equally educated as you are and who also have read a lot and who have ability to showcase what they know. And you work with people who want to show that they know what you know. I was thrown into the fire real quick. And that helped me way down the line. Today I'm where I'm at. And over these, I have done a lot of public lecturing. I've spoken to Ministers of Finance in the conference, about 100 of them, in the Commonwealth, in Mozambique, in St. Lucia, Jamaica. I've spoken to heads of states. I've stood up there, I've spoken to directors, country economists, bankers. I have presented to several people. I'll represent Sierra Leone as you were in quotes in the Caribbean, Pacific, Africa, and each time you go, you have to articulate. And once I was in Singapore, and we were doing a lecture for the Asian sub-region, and there was this Pakistani guy, and we had one hand. You know, they are kind of racist in this Asia. People are racist against black people anyway. And so he met me during the tea break, and he said, "What can you teach me?" He asked me. I said, "You're here for the seminar, sit and listen." So during the lunch break, he walked up to me and said, "I like what you're doing. I'd like to understand more about the concept you're disseminating." So here was I in Asia, in Singapore, being a black man, coming from Sierra Leone, the country that is always assumed to be at the bottom of the rung, articulating to Asians, because in Singapore, Asians will come from Vietnam, they come from India, from Australia, from China, Singapore itself, and we had to teach these guys. So at that point in time, I realized that glossophobia is not part of my domain. It's not part of my calling. Because why? You understand the subject matter, you're confident in articulating, you also know that those who are sitting here can ask you questions. So one thing you need to do is to anticipate questions they're going to ask you. For example, if I'm going to give a lecture, I'm going to talk about net present value, I need to know what is the future value in my mind. I know if I have to talk about average time to maturity, I need to know what is going to be the index base on which they're going to analyze that. Because somebody sitting there is a smart guy who want to ask me questions embarrassing. And that's when people get really afraid. So you need to understand the subject matter quite well. I remember one time I was in West Africa doing another seminar there, and there was this Ghanaian from the Central Bank of West Africa, of Ghana, and they asked me several questions. And I answered him each one with confidence, with alacrity, and also with accuracy. During the lunch break, he said to me, "I was trying to test you." And I said, "Thank you very much for making me look good." So if he did not test me, I never got an opportunity to show the rest that I know what I know. So you have to be confident also in understanding the core subject matter that you are going to discuss. That helps you to overcome glossophobia. The third thing which I thought I would say to you is that, be you a male or female, you need to understand that glossophobia is not by gender. It can be to anybody. How do you overcome it? You have to overcome it. At times, say you can take medication, you can go for psychoanalysis, but I believe that you overcome it by believing in yourself, believing in who you are, believing in your ability, believing that you understand what you have to lecture. For me, over the past 20 years, 20 plus years, I've been all over the world speaking to people of different cultural backgrounds, different ethnicities, different level of knowledge, and I tell you, I talk to the crème de la crème, the people who write the concepts for global dissemination, who write the standards, the methodology for global definitions. We work together to make this happen. Now look, when I was wearing that uniform, Prince of Wales, I started from there. Before that, I was in Tower Hill Municipal School. I never went to any private school. And after that, I was in Frobe College, University of Sierra Leone. So my whole journey is one like of the normal government sector. I had the privilege of bringing. So all that mattered was prayer, hard work, dedication. And you need to read to know your subject matter. If you don't read and you spend most of your time on WhatsApp, Twitter, like, it's not going to help you. It's not educative. It's only informative. For you to become someone who can stand up and speak, you need to know the subject matter. These are the symptoms sometimes that come with glossophobia. The lady explained this, so I'm going to go into it. You can tremble, you can feel sick, you can sweat, shortness of breath, dizziness, muscle tension, and the urge to get away. That for me is about the most common one. You just want to go real quick. Just, especially if you've been criticized prior to this, you don't want to take long, you just want to go. So essentially, this academy is called Anti-Glossophobia. So my job is to encourage you so you can speak better. It's to encourage you so you can know that you have something in you, and most of all, you can make it happen. What is public speaking? Public speaking is actually engaging a group of people in public, normally more than one, and then face-to-face. Now with COVID, we normally will go hide behind the camera and we do Zoom. We do Microsoft Teams, but it becomes virtual. Or maybe you want to convince people, you want to persuade them, you want to educate them. So if you believe that you can do any of these, inform, persuade, entertain, and educate, then you can be a good public speaker. Also, another thing you need to do, maybe you can have eye contact. Because they're talking to, look them in the eye. If you're not comfortable with that, look at the back wall. Just make sure you maintain your eyes in the direction of your audience. And that will help you to begin to feel comfortable. And when the questions come, to trick you off. Know that you should know your subject matter. So know your material, your presentation, practice. Practice also before you speak. Video, you all have video phone. Video yourself. Okay? Then walk audience questions into your routine. Assume what you're going to be asked. Assume what you're going to be asked. Get confidence. At times, one thing I like about the Americans, the years I live there, the Americans can say nonsense with confidence. They're very articulate in saying nonsense with confidence. You listen to George Bush speaking, and also Donald Trump. They will talk nonsense with confidence. And he will just feel free at it. Typical American. But they are confident in what they do. You speak with confidence. You can go somewhere and you can say, I want to tell you that the estimated growth of this economy is based upon the Gini coefficient. The Gini coefficient is 50% value, and the GDP was 1.25 in the last 12 years. The one you're speaking to them is that Gini coefficient cannot be more than 1. Between 0 and 1. You understand? And even the GDP, they will not know what it means. And people tell me, why are you wrong? You are saying the GDP is sitting down the GDP. The trigger of GDP, that's why the women work harder than the men. And you need to understand it. I want to hit you with big grammar. You say something to them, the exuberance of your argumentative words is found in human special jurisdiction. So you cannot use the cacophony of home to try and suppress it today. Because I believe that the exuberance and the articulation of your verbosity is completely under control. I want to hit them with that. They will fall back. This is not the left. That is the confidence you achieve. You need to talk about confidence and stop being shy. So I want to go now quickly to what is a leader and who is a leader. Because public speaking is tied to leadership. To be a leader, you need to come out strong. You need to speak well. You need to persuade. You need people to understand what you say. So to be a leader is not that easy. But there's something here quickly. This is something about the Bible, but I will not read it. You can read it if you can. Exodus 18, take from 13 to the end. But there are a few things that happen here, which I want to show you about leadership. Okay? First, just about Moses was serving as a judge. And his father-in-law, Jethro, realized that Moses was doing everything by himself. Everything by himself. But a leader has to understand he has to delegate. So he had a quick talk with him. He said, why are you doing everything by yourself? Why won't you utilize the people? Why won't you make people work for you? Choose capable people and let them have particular tasks to do. So as a leader, what do we learn from this particular story? 1, his father-in-law was a priest. That means he was somebody of high standing. 2, when he realized that Moses was doing something that wasn't right, he pulled him aside and he praised him for what he was doing. As the leader, learn to give credit to whom credit is due. All right? Learn to praise people when they're doing a good job. And that helps them to work better. Then he gave him some valuable advice regarding the leadership. 5 valuable concepts I want to leave with you now. 1, admit that working non-stop is unsustainable. As a leader, you don't have to work all the time non-stop. One day you will burn out. Eventually you will burn out. So make sure you can space your work. Understand your unique calling. The calling you have in you as a leader. Where is your what we call USP? Unique selling points. Where is the USP? Utilize the USP and then find who can work with me as a leader. This person will help you in your speaking, will help you put your points together, will give you advice as to how you spoke, what happened afterwards, and time doing this way, left, doing right. And that is also important. And then give responsibility and authority to those who are going to help you. As a leader, they'll say a lot of things about you. Negative things about you. They'll try to pull you down. You have to try to manage that. You're not entitled to be liked, but you're entitled to lead. So make sure you understand that. And lastly, do these things which you cannot do. So as a leader, if you train somebody to do something, allow the person to do it. Okay? And that way you can find out that you can manage your people better. So for a leader to speak, you have to understand that people are listening, and you have to make sense in what you say. Now, there's a difference between a leader and a manager. Well, let's just look at some difference between a leader and a manager. But remember, I said leader is supposed to be able to communicate, to speak well, articulate. So if you read, the secret is in reading, let me tell you. Knowledge comes from reading. You can have strict knowledge or edition knowledge. It's best to have both. But the man who gets strict knowledge, you might not go balance on that. The man gets sense bad. If you have strict knowledge, you might go balance on that. Then you go see that the man is bad. But if you're educated also, and then you have education knowledge, and you're also streetwise, then I'm telling you, you're going to be a very happy man. Same for the woman. The man then I guess sense past to say, man, they go balance on that people. I don't think it's funny. Leadership is getting people that believe in your vision and to also achieving your goals. So I'm managing more about administrating and making sure the day-to-day things are happening as they should. So a leader should have a vision. Now, how can a leader articulate his vision? By speaking to his people. If you are glossophobic, you will not be able to speak to your people. The leader should carry out the message to the people. At times, it sounds crazy, but the manager helps the leader to implement that vision. So every leader should have a vision. You should have your end game, what you want to do. All right? There are many strong traits of a leader. 1, you have to be honest. 2, you should have the vision. 3, you should be inspirational. Inspire your team. Don't take no for an answer. And don't accept it. A leader should come out strong, no matter what the position is, stand for it. The next one, have the ability to challenge. Don't be afraid to challenge the status quo. The status quo that's so random, don't accept it. Don't accept no for an answer. Don't be one who is always listening to problems. Look out for solutions. Communication skills. Keep your team informed of the journey, where you're going, where you're heading. Share any roadblocks you may encounter along the way. A good leader follows all these criteria. Okay? And if you are glossophobic, this area is going to be the most difficult for you. I want to just really look at some academic principles, because normally as when I was on uniform on a college. Let's see what causes a leader to be a leader, and this is why nations fail. This particular book, I don't know how much reading you do. If you don't read, honestly, you don't know. You have to read. Even if it's online, you go and read. You need to read to speak. Because when you read, it takes one sense money idea and turn ahead. All right? One thing to nation feel is lack of character. So these are the things that cause leadership to fail: corruption, greed, self-focus, and not in the interest of the wider society. If a leader is articulate, but he has all these negativities, he will not succeed. So you need to understand that. And a leader requires character, competence, and consistency. The 3 C's. I love this word, competence. If leader not so good, you're not in the laugh. And nobody's going to be a free rider as a leader. They'll say it's a weak leader, doesn't even understand the concepts. But when you stand up and you can put your position and put your points, they're going to respect you as a leader. They will not like you, but they will respect you. And I believe women normally have a more difficult position than people may respect them. But when a woman knows what she's doing, they call her Iron Lady, because she's doing well and she understands what she's doing. And that's why you need to know you have to be as a leader. The 3 C's: character, competence, and consistency. These are some phrases I thought I will just leave with you. What is telling us about people who make things change? The first one says, the reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adopt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. This means that anybody who appears to be simplistic may not leave an impact in the world. If it's not crazy, don't go for it. Your vision has to be crazy to other people to succeed. Noah built the ark when there was no rain. It looked crazy, but he accomplished it. And Steve Jobs, the guy with Nike, all these guys, some of them dropped out of college. They started going to build the software, building the tools, and they today became somebody who everyone respects. To leave your footprint in the start of time, you have to be an unreasonable man. Also, you have to know people a change agent. These are terms we've had before. How can you become a change agent? Most organizations need this. The change agent is the person who's responsible for moving others who are affected by the change in different states. As a leader, you have to bring change. Change will be resisted by all and sundry. Change is something nobody likes because they're comfortable in the status quo. But if you are a leader and you maintain the status quo, then no matter how you articulate, they will say you're not in that. You can't even want to change. So a leader needs a change agent, somebody who can look at a circumstance and he can freeze it, unfreeze it, and change it. That's the way you need to be as a change agent and as a good leader. Now, I want you to read this book and tell me if this approach is right or wrong. All right, can you read it? The boss is saying in the first slide, in order to build team spirit, I decided we should have lunch together once a week. Let's have lunch, says the leader. Let's have lunch and talk. And then he says, I won't be there myself because it would seriously cut into my free time. So let's have lunch, but we don't go because it will cut into my free time. Besides, it's my job to motivate and not get bogged down in details. Is this a good approach as a leader? No. You should be with them, at least to demonstrate that he's part of them. Then when you go there after a while, you can find a change agent who will help you to become who you are. This is the change process that I want to leave you with. One, you find a situation that as a leader, is frozen in what I call a steady state. You can either have a steady state or a retrogressive state. Who knows what is retrogressive? When you're going backward. So you can either have a steady state or a retrogressive backward state. Now, as a leader, you have to identify the situation you find. Okay? Now, you can, through articulating, through public speaking, through talking to your staff, you have to unfreeze that situation. It's stuck in a steady state. And then you change it, and then you recast it how you want it to be. A leader has to do that through speaking, through example, and through demonstration. So we're all here aspiring to be leaders. Some of us are going to be managers, some of us are going to be leaders. And most of all, we're trying not to be, what's the word we're using? What's phobic? Glossophobic. So if you have to lead today, you have to be confident that you can unfreeze, you can change. You can leave a footprint in the sense of time. When you walk away, they say, yes, I'm going to be there today, I'm going to be there today, when you can be there today. And they all make a change because why? They were sound, strong leaders. To close, I want to leave you with a story. There was this parrot. The parrot lived in a pet shop. You know it's not pet? Pet, it's not pet. I asked because I found out when I talk, some man understand it here. When I was in Prince of Wales from 3, I knew particular vocabulary. Today, somebody says today, I don't know vocabulary today. So I asked, what's the pet? What's in a pet? Domestic animal? Small? Okay. So you see, it's good I ask. Somebody confuse petite with pet. You see, what's the pit? Pit. It's a hole. Don't worry if you can't answer it. Okay? I ask this because I want everybody to understand me. Well, this pet, I wouldn't sell the animal there, they put a carry on the house. You go keep them as their party. They look after around. Dog na house go to pet na you. Dog na Africa. They walk the hook, and then you wanna woo. Then they put a crew dog. Which one gets them to the car? They pass, breeze the ground. So this parrot did at this pet shop. Any day this woman, they pass the goal. The man really say fine. Don't put all the people on it. When the man they go, the parrot they laugh on her. Hey, when the man tell you say 2 or 4. They ask the woman. Every day one. As they pass, hey, it's only say 2 or 4. So this day, this woman then will take. Can I go with the man house? He say he's not there. They are about that shop. Hey, they are going to be behind me. He say you do nothing every day behind me. And the man say, okay, let's go. Go meet the owner of this pet shop. And they go meet the owner. And then he complain. The owner said, call the parrot. He said, why you do this? He said, sorry, sir. He said, but in my word. He said, one more time. And they pull in around the outside the chair. And the parrot said, okay, sir. I'm not doing anything. The next day, the man with all confidence say, this parrot will call and say, look away. They make a face because they find the pass. As you nearly shop at the parrot say, and the parrot say, hey. Everyone look at. And the parrot say, you know. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
I just stated earlier on about Project Public Speaking Friday, and which was a back on issue because, as I stated earlier again, the fear of public speaking is actually great, and we want to show that we help in fact pushing this pride so far. So, we are implementing a project that is titled Project Public Speaking Friday, and we want to make sure that we help
school, we have a school by school tour where we have a public speaking session, inviting and announcing the experienced speaker and what passing along the knowledge of public speaking. So now we are having a public request. I believe the pupils will be very much pleased with that one. Whereas we have a session school to school, what we say today, we are going to convent, invite announced speakers and public speaking. Because the Anti-Glossophobia Academy, we want to vanquish all facets of public speaking anxiety in here. So with that, right, we want to seek the consent of the MD for Commercial Bank to have this project implemented in direct partnership like the Anti-Glossophobia Academy and Commercial Bank presents project Public Speaking Friday, stuff like that. So it's just a request. I believe the people are with me, right? So
you need me to answer now? Well, I know. What do you guys say?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
You want that to happen?
Yes.
Okay, and who should make it happen? Me. All right, then. Well, write us a letter and we'll get back to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Any questions?
Any questions? Any questions? Okay, I have. So, as a renowned public speaker who have traveled the world doing public speaking, how were you able to defeat your stage fright? In just 2 minutes.
I never had stage fright, so that's the bottom line.
Oh, yeah?
I was made like this, okay. So I really didn't say how I defeated it. It just came naturally. You know, I think maybe God wired me to do this stuff, so I preach in church, I give lectures and stuff like that. It's just natural. However, if I had stage fright, I think I wrote a few things down that you need to do. You can follow those steps down there that can help you. And mainly, it will be believing yourself. Just believe yourself.
Thank you once again, Dr. Gilpin. We're very, very happy to have you.
Thank you so much.
Give him a big round of applause.
All right, so without further ado, for those of you here that are aspiring poets, I don't know, anybody in the audience that would love, is interested in poetry, want to be writing poetry? Anybody? No one? No one? Okay. Well, maybe after his speech and his training, you end up being interested in poetry. So without ado, I would like to introduce Mr. James Adler Williams. He is the former head boy for Sierra Leone Grammar School, a national insurance company 55th anniversary quiz competition best quizzer. He's a third-year student in law department at LBC. And he's also the Secretary General of Law Society and Minister of Justice, SPC Student Union Government. Give it up for Mr. James Adler Williams. All right. Take us away.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I believe you've all had a very informative session, but I intend to continue the pedigree of my predecessor's speech. I'd like to ask, first and foremost, before I proceed to address the crux of my presentation, what is your own appreciation of the term poetry? Mind you, I have streamlined my presentation and tailored it to meet the needs specifically for school-going pupils. I believe all members of the audience are school-going pupils, correct? Do we have others who are in tertiary institutions? Okay. Well, regardless, I believe that if not for the first time, I believe some of you would benefit from what I'll be saying regardless. So is any member of the audience willing? We have just had a talk on public speaking, taking initiative. Is any member of the audience willing to provide us an appreciation of the term poetry?
Anyone? Yes?
My own point of view, poetry is a rhythmic way in which we express our emotions, moods, etc.
Well, yes, that is quite correct. When you look
at poetry, the underlying significance of every and any poem, regardless of its type, is that it gives a feeling of emotion. For instance, from Black Sheep, how many of you know that that's a poem? Black Sheep, have you heard it? That's a lyric. It has a musical undertone to it, and you can sing it as well as read it. And when you look at these types of poems, they evoke feelings, emotions. When these children sing like a black sheep, I believe you can attest to the fact that they're all giddy, they're all jumpy and whatever you see. Now you also have other types of poems that are not as giddy or as arousing. Are you still doing the clapping? Are you still doing it? You are not doing the clapping. What are some of the poems that you're doing? It's been a while since I left you, so I don't know what. I'd not ventured forth into that because I did not do that in school. But the poems I did in school, you have a poem by William Morris, The Falcon. It's a very long poem, over 150 lines. And those type of poems, they tell a story. It's not necessarily saying it has to rhyme on this. When I go into because of my presentation, you will see firsthand the different types of poems, what exactly we talk about when we say this is a particular type of poem. I don't know whether you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, I believe the organizers are otherwise engaged, so I'll proceed regardless. We have now tried to see what exactly a poem is. It's any piece of writing that I have your attention, please. It's any piece of writing. It's any piece of writing that evokes feelings of emotion. Don't worry, I'll make the entire thing available to you. From the excerpt there, you can see that poetry is the type of literature that conveys a thought, describes a scene, tells a story, and it concentrates a lyrical arrangement of words. Now, the basis, now it's also important to note that poetry is one of the genres of literature. By genre, it's simply a fancy way of saying types. You have prose, you have poetry, and you have drama. I believe all members of the audience are familiar with the Merchant of Venice. That's a drama. I believe most of you here are conversant with Geneva and the Road, or the old Shoemaker or something. Yes, I believe all members of the audience are acquainted with those. That's a prose. It's a story, but it takes a different form. And in literature, it's based on the form and the arrangement. That's how you categorize all these different genres. Now, to focus for our own topic of discussion is poetry. You see that a poem is basically a group of words presenting an emotional feeling, regardless of how it's structured. Now, it primarily consists of stanzas. Now, there's a distinction to be made here. When you talk about stanza and a verse, you look at a verse as one line, for instance, black, black, black sheep. That is a verse. Now, a combination of verses is known as a stanza. I will exalt thee, realm of the free. Great is the love we have for thee. You see, that's a poem written by John Hart. That's a poem. But if you were to dissect the various lines in that poem, I will exalt thee is a verse. And then the realm of the free, together with all that follows down, is a stanza. That's why when you see it's used intermittently otherwise. You hear people normally say, we are going to sing the second verse of the national anthem. In actual sense, if you are trying to be definitive, it's best to use a stanza. That's the correct diction as far as poetry is concerned. Now, can we have the next slide, please? Now, meter. Now, all of these components, I'll just go in brief, and I'll make the material available to you as you can see for yourselves. What is a meter? A meter is simply the measure of the points. Now, you have some points that you see. How many of you are familiar with the verse in the Bible? Jesus wept. John 11:35, correct? Now, you see, the Bible is also a form of literature. It's a form of literature. I deliberately brought up the instance of John 11:35 to see that in poetry, there are some lines which are long. You see, you are this for the romantic poet, whenever you continue, you see all these letters and all these things, especially around the gates of convent and FSSG, I want to believe. You see all these things scattered on the floor and you have all these lines. So you will just look at every poem and the meter. You see one line very long and another not quite commensurate to that. Now, next slide. Yes, the next slide. We have already dealt with this. You already know what it stands for. Okay. Now, this are there any people who are incomplete here? Or it's exclusively for the senior school? Okay. Now, one question I would vow you see when you take the Beckett is, what is the rhyme scheme of the poem? Now, a rhyme scheme, who can give me, from the top of your head, any rhyme scheme, or any rhyme from the top of your head? From the top of your head, any rhyme you can think of. Okay. Let's say, I will exalt thee. Great is the love we have for thee. Now let's look at that. When you look at a rhyme scheme, you look at the end of every line. Every verse has an end. I will exalt thee. Look at thee. Let's say now, if you the best way to look at this is when you are looking at hymns. For those schools where hymns are sung at assembly, you know that you have most of these hymns, they are very short and something above, love, you see, all these things. Now let's say you have highly exalt thee. Then the next thing that follows is something like above. Now when you look at the rhyme scheme, and the next thing that follows is something that rhymes with be. And you look at something that rhymes with of as well. Now the rhyme scheme of that particular stanza would be A, B, A, and B. This is simply because when you look at the rhyme scheme, you take the first end. I am teaching technically because it would be beneficial to, as I told you, in terms of my presentation. I teach things that are pertinent to your course. So when you look at that, the first line is A, the second is B. If you have a recurrence or something that lines with what was first written, I exalt B, then of B, you can sense the correlation there, can't you? So when you look at that, immediately you take A, B, A again, because the lines with what's up. That's how you go about it. There are poems, yes, next slide please. We'll deal with free verses and blank verses. I'm teaching you just the rudiments, the basics, for you to just, yes. Types of poetic forms. Now, the reason why I got this is because it will also be necessary when you are taking your exams, irrespective of what you expect. Now, you have a blank verse. A blank verse is to be distinguished from a free verse.
A black verse, as you can see, that is written with a precise letter. That is all the lines are arranged. I don't know whether I have a piece of my anthology here. Okay, now let's see. Now, a persona beyond compare, an equally amazing smile to complete the pair. The smiling lady I call her. That's just an example from the idea. Now, that is not in all essence a blank verse. A blank verse has a precise meter. All the lines you see, the word count in every line is identical to the word count of the other line. That's what you see. But in a free verse, you don't have any restrictions whatsoever. You can write no holds barred. You have no restrictions. You can write as much as you want to. It doesn't matter if the first line is as long as this, and the second line is short, and the other line is medium, whatever. That's a free verse. You see, it lacks a consistent rhyme scheme, metrical pattern, or musical form. I don't know whether all of you can get it. Well, that's what you see. So it's essential to distinguish between a blank verse and a free verse. A blank verse is, of course, a form of free verse, but it has a caveat. Caveat means something you ought to take caution on. When you look at a blank verse, it has a definite meter. When you look at a free verse, it doesn't have any definite meter. You can rhyme, cannot rhyme, and one thing that affects most poets, from my own personal experiences, when you write, there are times you are trying to write on a particular subject. Let's take, for instance, it's your girlfriend's partner, and you are trying to write a very, very, very enticing, scintillating poem, befitting the occasion. And when you are writing such a poem, and you have started with a rhyme at the top, let's say you be like William Shakespeare. How shall I compare it to a summer's day? And you want to follow that trend. How shall I compare it to a summer's day? You are more beautiful than any words I can say. You understand? You are trying to do that. That's a restriction. You are restricted from actually expressing what you are trying to do, because you are trying to match the scheme. You don't want your thoughts to be disjointed, so you're trying to flow, and that inhibits your progress as a poet. But a free verse does that. It allows you unrestricted access. You write as long as you are able to convey your feelings without a definite meter or any specificities of any sort. Now let's move on to epics. An epic, William Morris, it's a poem that tells a story. It could be very long. It could be very long, but it is written in the form of poetry. And most times they are in free verse. Most times. Now, can we have the next slide? A narrative poetry. This is quite similar to epic poetry. It tells a story, but how many of you have heard of the Odyssey by Homer? The Odyssey. It's a story about a Greek hero who went. It's a story about a Greek hero who went to the Trojan War, and he was there for about 10 years, and he was unable to find his way back home. And Homer, one of the great historians of the Hellenic period, wrote that poem, and I think it has been dramatized in the movie. Now let's go on to a haiku. A haiku has Japanese origin. It's a Japanese poem. So for the benefit of everybody here, I don't delve into what a haiku significantly means. Let's have the next slide. Now pastoral poetry. It's a poem denoting village life. I believe you have this, the village schoolmaster. The village schoolmaster. I know instances that you are familiar with. The village school master tells about village life, law speaks, and things like that. So that is one instructive example with regards to studies. A sonnet is a 14-line poem. The poem I just mentioned, shall I compare this to someone's day? I stand to be corrected. I don't know whether it is. Mr. Bonisa, an authority in English language. Can you please confirm? It's a 14-line poem. So you see, like our Shakespeare sonnets, Shakespeare did a lot of sonnets, and I believe that shall I compare it to someone's day? Now, an elegy. Poems are fundamentally there to communicate feelings and emotions. When, for instance, a relative passes, you write a poem. Personally, a friend of mine passed about a year ago, and I wrote something for him. That's an elegy. It's so distinguished from an epitaph. An epitaph is what is written on the gravestone. An elegy poem does not necessarily signify, does not necessarily have to do with death, but loss, grief, and things like that. Let's have the next slide, please. Okay, now, odes, ballads, and pastorals are all grouped together. They talk about village life. Ballads are mostly English things. In She Stoops to Conquer, I believe, I don't know, you didn't do the book. So Tony Lumpkin has something he used to sing at the Goose and Gridiron, the pub where he was, correct? He has the music he used to sing, something like that. That's a ballad. So you know we now I come and start talking. I am talking necessarily myself. When you talk, and you are the only person, yes, and you are the only person who is actually doing the actions. You are talking, but you don't have any response. You are talking, and that's a soliloquy. It's a form of monologue. I don't know whether any of you are listening to the program before. You alone talk. That's it. Now this is a very exotic type of poetry, and I'm not delving into it because it's not commonplace among us here, but it's a 19-line poem. It's a Valanelle. Let's have the next one. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Okay, we have already dealt with the blank verse and the full verse. Imagery, and when you are writing, you use words that convey. Let's know something. When you are writing, the essence is to create a mental picture in the mind of the person for whom you are writing. For instance, when Mandela was in prison, incarcerated for 27 or 8 years, he wrote The Long Walk to Freedom. You are not sitting behind the prison with him, but you are able to get the sense of what he's saying. You convey your words through images and things like that. You have also something that is quite related to it. It's an allusion. You have biblical references. The Bible makes reference to several parables. The parable of the wheat and tares, the parable of the prodigal son. You have them. You have what's that one that you have? You sow the thorns. I can't quite recall. You have the talents. You have the wheat and tares. The parable of the sower. That's quite correct. I believe the parable of the sower is very, very instructive. Because in that parable, the sower is God. You see, now the seeds are Christians. It's imaging, it's an allusion. It's quite related to what we are talking about. Let's have the next slide, please. This is a little over, so we skip. Onomatopoeia. Never mind the big words, just means sound. For instance, if I say The road was dusty. The bike went zoom, zoom. That's onomatopoeia. It's a literal advice. You are not necessarily conveying a word. The word is just to represent what actually happens. Now, one of the basic reasons why I like poetry and literature by extension is because it entertains me. Now, there was this book I read before, let me digress it. There was this book I read, and it's a village setting. The man's dad had died, and then the oracle sent a message to him that his father had communed with him from the great beyond, that he has some question to answer with regards to family affairs. When the young man, whose father apparently had communicated with the chief priest, arrived, the chief priest said that man's father had told him that in order for him to receive the message of prosperity, he must sacrifice one goat to his father to appease his spirit. Then the man told the chief priest to commune again with his father and ask him whether he owned a chicken when he was alive. That now he is requesting for a whole goat to deliver a message. These are some of the entertainment that you get when you imbibe the culture of reading, particularly poetry and things like that. Particularly poetry and other things like that. Now, I don't know whether we can let's have the next slide. Let's have the next slide because we are time constraints and the experience. Enjambment, this is simply a run-on. I don't intend to delve too much into what I am because you have to ask questions, obviously. So I believe that I'll make him available, and since we are constrained with time, I believe I'll end here if it's the organizers. I believe I'll end here and I'll make him available. On that note, I believe I should end with this. It's a poem and you should look at it. Behold, not taken by our force. It says, somewhere I shall be telling this with a sigh, ages and ages hence. The two roads diverged in the yellow beach, and I could not travel both. I took the road less traveled by, and thus has made all the
Thank you so much, Mr. James Williams. I feel like I can already write poetry because of all the sense and wise things you've put on us today. We are very happy to have you. So our next stop will be having a break because I can see that you guys are tired, you're exhausted. Some of you might be even hungry. So we're gonna have a short break before our final speaker, and we'll have some quick lunch. You can make your way to the lounge behind and you can use left and then you find where the food is. Okay. All right. So as to what he said, we're doing this by rows. So that row goes when they get their food, the next row goes and then it goes on like that. Did you really hear what the instructions were? Yes? You can go to the bathroom, that's okay. All right.
Next. Let's move. Come for it. You go. Some people are shy. Just let's go. You're shy. Come on. Next.
Yeah.
in between. Okay, in between. Also in between, good. Okay, sort of good and in between. I see. So how was the food? Did you guys enjoy the food? Yes. Did you enjoy the program as much as you enjoyed the food? So who was your favorite speaker? Gilbert. And what made him your favorite speaker? Oh, he was a good public speaker, right? Okay. So we're trying to round up the program now. So hi guys, I'm talking. Yeah, so we're gonna round up the program now, and we wanna take some time to reflect. So we've been here for a couple of hours. Come and sit there and talk about different topics. So I'd like you guys to give me a brief summary of something that you found interesting about the speakers, what you learned, and how you're going to apply some of the things that have been taught to you here today. You want to speak? Yes, I like that.
It's a pleasure. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, actually, today is an amazing day in my life to witness short program. Um, the speakers that are listening to their presentation, I do admire Mr. Gilbert because based on one thing I admire in him is that the gift that he has in public speaking is natural, as he later confirmed it. And also, the achievement that he has made also inspired me a lot because to be at the age of 20 and keep on traveling so many countries, and now, as he said, has traveled up to 40 something countries. It's amazing. So I do admire him and also his presentation. It was a little bit funny to make fun, to make people laugh.
Yes.
And also I do admire one speaker that talks about the two important things. That is the critical thinking and that of the thinking of forwardness. I do admire that one also. And also the last speaker, the head boy from grammar school.
Yes.
I do admire him also because I'm an art student and what he was teaching and come across a little bit. So I thank her. And also the woman that
Miss Stella?
Yeah, I do admire her own presentation also. And anyway, I am just amazed towards all the presentations that were done.
Thank you very much. Anybody else with comments? I want to see a girl. I'm looking at you. Do you want me to pick someone? I'll pick you if you don't take the mic. I'll pick you. I want to see a girl. Yes, my Convertonian right there. Show them.
Okay, really, I was impressed, totally impressed, and I was like, wow, this is surprising to me. The people who I admire, Ivy Kibe is my mentor.
Oh.
Yeah, to be honest, really, from the first day I saw Ivy Kibe at Martinez Society, I was like, oh God, I want to be like this. I want to be like him one day. I want to be in front of the public and be like, I will be speaking down of here. I want to be like him. So he's my icon, he's my everything. I love him so much. I don't know how to express it.
If someone is calling him, we need to send it to him. We need to send it to him. He has an admirer. Okay.
It's just gosh.
All right. Anybody else have someone that they like? Lecture that was interesting, something they enjoyed. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, good afternoon.
Once more, my name is Halim Conte. I'm very impressed what you guys have just done. I want to thank the organizers who have organized this program. To go straight, let me hit the name. I admire Suleiman Kwan. He has just educated me on the new debate system, which is called CalPro. And he also has given me inspiration. Look at his age, what he has won in this beautiful country, Sierra Leone, which has lost her pride, but I believe we, the students, can replace it again.
Yes.
He inspired me too much, and the other person that who inspired me also, I don't know his name, but let me say it's you.
Oh.
You inspired me. Look at how you have. It is not easy to talk in public.
It is not.
But the main thing here is that we should practice. Practice makes perfect. We have not born with English language, but we need to practice it. I was not born in Europe, I was born in Sierra Leone. So I'm proud to be a Sierra Leonean.
Yes.
Wherever I go in this global village that we call that. So I want to thank you and thank my colleagues for the same academic story.
Thank you so much for that insightful experience that you had on the speech. Yes. Okay, carry on.
Good afternoon. I not wanted to commend the moderator because I not wanted her to suspect my fierceness in her beauty and all. Whatever, I appreciate her intelligence. Okay, I want you to start with, I want to start by appreciating Gilby for his nice work and for what he has taught us today. He has also made us realize that we have to prepare ourselves before we go for anything. We have to make sure that we are well prepared and we have to build our self-confidence whenever we are about to embark on anything of public speaking. And also, Mr. Isaac today that told us about the significance of public speaking. And he said we have to be persuasive, entertaining, inspiring, and we have to develop our communication skills. And he also told us that we were able to move people. I think it was you. I noticed that as one of the quotes that were used in subsequent edits and all, that we can use words to move people. Yes, of course, words can be used to change a country. Words can be used to change the believers. Words can be used to change individuals, educationally, physically, emotionally, and mentally.
Yes.
And we also appreciate what Mr. Suleiman did in giving us review of the carbon particles, the formats, and all. And I will not want to waste time. I want to go like to Madam Helen slide for giving us the ideas on how to be able to develop our communication skills. Because she told us that without communication, you can't be a great leader. So for us all that want to be great leaders in the country, in Sierra Leone, in Africa, in the globe, in the Europe and all, we have to be able to develop our communication skills and be able to persuade our subjects. And she also told us that when communicating, we have to think on ways to persuade our audience and all. So she said a lot, and I was really inspired by all of the speakers, and also you're very beautiful. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I like how you were able to every speaker and analyze into something beautiful. It was really interesting to hear you speak. Yes, Mohamed. Yes. Yes.
The keynote speakers today were very inspirational. I want to express my profound gratitude towards them for lecturing us on some of the most important things as part of public speaking, debating, poetry, innovations, and also other spheres. Well, Mr. Adi Kebi noted that in terms of my colleague says, give us the relevant, importance, significance of public speaking, where I mentioned about convincing the audience, the ability to entertain the audience, inspire and motivate people and the audience, and also the communication with the audience. to Mr. Suleiman Doni, who highlighted and who likes on the couple system of debating about the affirmative of there's now advocating a very light, much nice example in the couple system of debating. Because in our school, it is exceptional. Those you can see, like Mohammed Fadban was standing there, they were the ones that implemented the example system of debating. At first, it was the autonomous format, but now we are playing with the system of debating. And also, I'm someone that likes loves and love poetry. Very much. That is why when James Williams was here, I was flowing with him. We were kind of like the stuff that he was really presenting. I was so much of him. Most of the points I can give 8 stuff for 100%, but 5%. Only very, very much in depth. I had no knowledge about. So I was very grateful to them for them teaching us about the things. Miss Adam has also teaches us about the importance of public speaking. It's elements which is constituted the communicator, the message, the medium, the audience, and also the effect. And also the public speaking and innovation aspect where we are taught that innovation can be played aspects, physical thinking skills and whole thinking skills, and it's all about creating impact, supply solutions, and solving problems. I think you are bored with what I'm saying. So now I'm going to find out.
All right. Thank you so much for that explanation. So I want to ask another question, and this is going to pick a girl to respond to me because you guys don't want to get up and speak. Okay. So you've learned a lot of things here today, and I want to know how you're going to apply that in school, going further from today. What are you going to do with the skills that you've learned here today? So you want to start? Could you give her the mic, please? Thank you. We're very happy to see when you get tired. Good afternoon.
With all what I learned today, first of all, I want to say a big thanks to Mr. Martin for creating this platform, and to the rest of the organizer, and the rest of the academy. Yes, I want to say thanks. From what I learned from Mr. Kebe, yeah, Mr. Kebe is my mentor. Even though, yes, we do talk, personal talk, and I had known Mr. Kebe so much. All what Mr. Kebe and the rest of the speakers and teachers today, I'm going to put it into practice by going to different schools. Even though I'm part of the Government Community Foundation here. All what the students today, I'm going to inspire young girls, yeah, especially young girls.
They say when you learn something,
When you educate a girl, you educate a nation.
yes.
So, with the impact in the news, I strongly believe that I'm going to be a great motivator to other people.
Yes.
All what I have to do is I'm going to inspire the young girls to overcome the challenge.
Thank you very much. One more comment. And I'm looking at the pretty lady there with the lipstick that is so enticing. I could see it on the other end of the room. So could you please do us the honor and give us a final summary of what you learned today? Thank you.
Well,
Good afternoon.
I can't say much, but I feel very sad today. More by you, especially because when you walk on chest, the way you talk, the way you move, just and the other lady, I don't see that because I love when I just catch more when we than really.
No offense though. No offense.
Yeah, I get that right. So I can't make it possible that I'll go ahead and back so much. Since Martin had a tough person and all, they can say what I can do because at my own department, talk policy. So I will just put things in place. In my own institution, I created somewhere where we have debating teams, so we can some of us speak to I'm not that kind of type person. Talk much, but I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So by creating a lot of all practice and work too hard to be like we so yeah, that's so yeah. I work so hard to be like you and I'm sweet. So I'm working out with shape.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So a special thanks to all of you. So we don't have enough time, so I would love to hear what you have to say. We're running to one time. So thank you guys for being here. You are a wonderful audience. I mean, I had fun talking to you, get to know you, sharing this time with you. It was very, 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 very nice. So we're gonna have someone to conclude. His name is Fuad Bandura. So he's coming here to talk to you about his project. So please be a good audience and listen to him. Yeah. All right.
Constructive dialogue was able to determine how we start to speak in eradicating, investigating, and unfairness in different societies. It stands to create the opportunities that students, people, either races, you being black, you being white, to stand for to ensure we have a more homogeneous society. That's what we are fighting for as young people in Syria. We are faced with so many vicissitudes, so many challenges when it comes to public speaking. But the only way we can appreciate some of those things that are happening in our society